Made by Shredder Fanfiction. Like, subscribe and hype video.
The Mick get reborn as Death from Puss in Boots. Death appears as a tall, anthropomorphic, silvery white wolf with glowing red eyes. He wears a black hooded poncho and carries twin razor-sharp sickles that he can combine into a single, double-bladed glaive. Abilities as a supernatural force. He possesses superhuman strength, speed, and durability. He can manifest anywhere, manipulate fire, and is completely unaffected by the magical barriers of the wishing star.
Kung Fu, what if I was death? Chapter 1, The Sky Between Us and the End. There's a moment right before the jump when everything in your body screams at you not to do it. Your muscles tense. Your brain churns out alarms. Your instincts go feral. They remind you, again and again, that human beings are not meant to fall from the sky. I felt it. Every fiber of me, wound tight. My hands trembled slightly around the ripcord as I stood at the edge of the open hatch, the wind tearing at my flight suit like it had something to prove. My goggles pressed firm against my face, reflecting nothing but endless blue and the harsh steel of the world behind me. 3, 2. I never wait for one. I jumped. There's nothing like that first second of falling. It's not just the drop, it's the surrender. The way the plane disappears above you like it never existed, the way the wind swallows every sound, every thought, every hesitation. It's pure. It's awful. It's freedom carved in fear. I tilted into the fall, arms spread, body loose, letting the wind take me. It was everything I needed it to be. For a while. 30 seconds in, I went for the cord. I reached over my shoulder, fingers brushing the familiar T-handle except, no. Wait. My stomach nodded. I reached again, more deliberate this time, my fingers curling, expecting resistance. Expecting to feel the bulk of my parachute rig press against my back. The weight. The contour of it. I knew what it should feel like. I'd felt it a dozen times before. But it wasn't there. What I felt was canvas. Soft. Light. Too light. I reached lower, tearing at the strap across my chest. I yanked it open and looked down. A backpack. My goddamn backpack. No, I whispered. It was barely a sound. The wind stole it from my lips before it even left. Panic came in a strange way, like warmth in my chest, not cold. Like something rising, boiling under the skin. My breath quickened. My fingers moved automatically, scanning the seams, tearing it open in hope, in madness, in pure refusal to believe what I was seeing. Nothing. Not even a reserve. No parachute. No drag chute. Just me, the wind, and a mistake I couldn't rewind. I forgot to pack the chute. No, not forgot. I switched it. I'd grabbed the wrong bag. They looked the same, black with red trim. I always kept the two together. One for gear. One for survival. And in my rush, my arrogance, I'd picked the wrong one. I was falling. Really falling. I stared at the horizon, wide-eyed, unable to scream, unable to curse, unable to do anything but think. This is it, I told myself. This is how it ends. And I wasn't ready. Not in the poetic sense, not in the abstract, philosophical, accept your mortality sort of way. I mean, I wasn't ready. I wasn't finished. I had things to do. I had grudges to hold. I had coffee in the fridge I hadn't finished. And suddenly, absurdly, all I could think of was him. Death. Not death, lowercase the concept. No. I mean death, capital D. The wolf. The sickle-eyed bastard from Puss in Boots, The Last Wish. That character haunted me more than any horror movie ever had. I remembered the way he moved. Smooth. Slow. Patient. Not chasing, not rushing. Just waiting. Like he already knew how the story ended. You think you're gonna live forever? He'd asked, eyes glowing red, scythes gleaming in both paws. You think you can outrun me? I used to laugh at that scene. A cartoon. A children's movie. Not anymore. Not now. Because I could feel him. Not literally, not visually. But in that part of the soul that still clings to myth when logic starts to crack. I imagined him beside me. Floating. Watching. Not even falling, just existing there in the air, unbothered by gravity, by panic, by human error. You were reckless, he'd say, voice a rasp against the wind. You were proud. I tried to scream. Not at him, at myself. But my throat stayed closed. There was no room left for a sound. Just the rush of air and the cruel march of time. I looked down again. The earth was clearer now. Trees. Rocks. Maybe a river. Maybe not. It didn't matter. Terminal velocity was just a concept before today. A number in a manual. Now it was a countdown. An inevitability. I began to count not seconds, but heartbeats. 1. 2. 3. I wondered if it would hurt. I didn't want to die in pieces. I wanted it quick. Clean. But when has the universe ever done clean? I don't want to go like this. The thought hit me harder than the air. I didn't want it to end like this. Not silent. Not stupid. Not in freefall, because I grabbed the wrong bag while texting someone about dinner. My eyes burned. I gritted my teeth and forced myself to breathe. I remembered something I heard once, that in your final moments, your life flashes before your eyes. But all I saw were the little things. The forgotten things. The taste of mango ice cream when I was 10. The sound of rain on a tin roof. The smell of hot asphalt in summer. That one time my brother pushed me off the garage roof with a blanket tied around my neck. And for some reason, I remembered that voice again. Fear me, if you dare. Death. I think. I smiled. Just a little. What a ridiculous thing to be thinking about in my final seconds. A cartoon wolf who scared children. But he was perfect, wasn't he? The personification of inevitability. Calm. Patient. Honest. No lies. No mercy. Where are you? I whispered, voice hoarse and cracking. No answer. But maybe that was answer enough. I thought about screaming again. I thought about clawing the air like it would make a difference. I thought about praying, even though I hadn't said a real prayer in 15 years. Instead, I closed my eyes. Just let it be quick, I begged. If nothing else, please, let it be quick. My thoughts spiraled inward. Slower. Calmer. A quiet began to settle inside me. Maybe this was acceptance. Or maybe it was just oxygen starvation. I didn't know. But I felt, still. Not at peace. Just still. This isn't how you're supposed to go, I told myself. But maybe that's the point. Maybe nobody gets to choose. I opened my eyes one last time. The ground was rushing toward me now. Close. Close enough that I could make out shapes. Trees. Bushes. Rocks. It would happen in seconds. Maybe less. And just before everything went white, just before the wind stopped and time collapsed, I saw him. Just for a blink. A figure. Tall. Cloaked in grey. Two eyes like burning coals staring up from the earth. No sides. No words. Just watching. And then nothing. A silence deeper than any sky. A darkness thicker than night. And in that endless void, I thought. So this is it. Chapter 2, The Reflection in the Puddle. Darkness didn't fade. It peeled away. Layer by layer, like someone was stripping shadows off my skin. I became aware, first, of cold not biting, but crisp, clean, like mountain air before dawn. My chest rose. I gasped, hard, the sound ragged and wet in my throat. Then, stillness. No wind. No weight. Just breath. My eyes shot open. A sky soft and silver, not the endless blue I'd plunged through before, met me like a ceiling. Clouded over, calm, still trembling with early morning light. The kind of light that doesn't yet belong to any day. A beginning without a clock. I blinked. Once. Twice. Pain didn't hit. Not the kind I expected. No broken bones. No burning lungs. No obliterated body. Just me. Lying in grass. Tall grass, swaying gently around me in a wind I couldn't feel. I pushed myself upright, slow and groggy, my head pounding faintly with that post-dream weight. The kind that sits behind your eyes, heavy and dull, as if the dream still wanted something from you. And then I looked at my hands. I froze. They weren't mine. I held them up. Turned them, palms up, then down. The fingers were too long. The claws, yes, claws too sharp. Thick black fur covered my wrists and arms like gloves that had melted into skin. No. Not gloves. Fur. I scrambled to my feet, bare feet, and stared down. Paws. I had paws. Lean, muscled legs, digitigrade like an animal's. My chest, my arms, even the way my breath puffed from a narrow snout, it wasn't mine. It was all wrong. What the hell, I whispered, and stopped. My voice was wrong too. Higher. Lighter. Smooth like glass, but edged with something sharp underneath. Like the voice wasn't used to speaking yet, but was built for it. I looked around, half expecting the trees to bend toward me or the sky to whisper back. But nothing moved. Nothing answered. Where the hell was I? No buildings. No sounds of cars, birds, or people. Just a silver meadow under a sky that never quite decided to be day. The field around me rolled gently like waves frozen mid-tide. In the middle of it all, no more than 10 paces away, stood 2 long objects stuck into the ground at sharp angles. I walked toward them, limbs shaky, paws too quiet. They were scythes. Full-sized. Identical. Their handles were black and edged with strange, curling symbols that glimmered faintly like molten gold. The blades curved with cruel elegance, reflecting no light, absorbing it instead. One leaned slightly to the right, as if it had just been placed down moments ago. I swallowed. No way. These are. But I couldn't finish the thought. Because just beyond the blades, nestled between 2 mossy stones, was a puddle. Still. Shimmering. Perfectly reflective. I didn't want to look. But I had to. I stepped closer, heart hammering, throat dry. And there, clearer than any mirror, I saw him. Not Shredder. Not a man. A wolf. Tall. Lean. Black-furred with silver streaks near the muzzle. Yellow eyes glowing faintly even in the calm light. I raised a hand paw and the reflection followed. I tilted my head. So did he. I opened my mouth. He did too. It was me. I staggered back a step, breath catching. No. The word came out strange again. Foreign. Like I was trying it on for the first time. I looked back at the scythes. Then at the reflection. Then again at the claws on my hands. It didn't make sense. It couldn't. But it was real. I turned in a circle, scanning the field for anything else, any sign that this was a dream, a mistake, a hallucination. But everything was still. Steady. Too real to dismiss. This is insane, I whispered. This can't be happening. But it was. The truth settled on me like cold water. I was no longer human. I was something else. Something new? No. Something old. The puddle rippled suddenly, not from wind, but from sound. A whistle. Low. Smooth. That same eerie four-note tune that had haunted my fall. The same one from him. Death. My spine stiffened. Every hair along my arms stood on end. But I didn't see him. No figure. No glowing eyes. No looming presence behind me. Just the echo of that tune. Carried not by air, but by memory. And then a thought uninvited rose into my mind. You're not him. Not yet. I stared down at the puddle. The wolf's eyes stared back. Not cruel. Not kind. Just, calm. Patient. Then what am I? I asked aloud, half to myself, half to the sky. There was no reply. Just the reflection. The scythes. And the steady rise and fall of my chest. My gaze fell back to the blades. I took a step closer, then another. They towered over me. Yet something about them felt familiar. Not like something I'd held before, but something I should hold. Like a memory waiting in my fingers. I reached out to the one on the left. My paw curled around the shaft, cool and impossibly smooth. The second I touched it, a jolt ran through me, not pain, but presence. Like the blade recognized me. Like it was waiting. And in that second, the truth clicked into place. I wasn't just some animal. I wasn't transformed into a wolf by accident. I was being made. Not reborn. Not cursed. Forged. A beginning. A version. Not death. Not yet. But something close. Something small. Baby death. My knees buckled. I dropped to the grass, gasping, staring at my own reflection like it would break under the weight of the revelation. Why me? What did I do? No answer. Only that whistle again, fainter now, distant. Not a threat. A lullaby. A promise. I closed my eyes. In that still meadow, in a body that wasn't mine but had become me, I felt the question settle without resolution. Not why, but what now? And somewhere in that silence, a voice, my own, or someone else's, whispered from within. There is work to be done. Chapter 3, A Meal and a Name. I didn't know how long I had been walking. Time didn't work the same way here. There was no sun to track, no clock to mark the minutes. Just that endless grey sky above and the soft hush of windless grass brushing against my legs. The scythes on my back didn't weigh me down. In fact, they moved with me, as if they'd always belonged there, perfectly balanced, like extensions of my own spine. Each step I took whispered a question I wasn't ready to answer. Who was I now? And more pressingly, where was I? The meadow eventually sloped downward, and that's when I saw it, rooftops clustered like shells around a small hill, a village nestled in a valley, breathing smoke and color into the sky. I paused at the crest of the hill. My paw sank slightly into the soft earth. The village wasn't far. A narrow path cut through the grass, leading straight to its wooden gate. I hesitated. If they saw me, really saw me, what would they do? I wasn't human anymore. I wasn't even a normal animal. I was tall, broad-shouldered, a silhouette with twin blades crossing behind my back. My yellow eyes didn't blink the same way theirs might. But the hunger gnawed at me. That was something familiar. Something human. So I walked. The gate wasn't locked. It creaked as I pushed it open. A few heads turned. A small rabbit blinked up at me. A goose dropped an orange and scrambled to catch it. But no one screamed. The village was alive with color and sound. Market stalls lined the square, selling fruits, cloth, pottery, steaming buns. There were animals everywhere talking, trading, laughing. A badger arguing over the price of dumplings. A turtle lecturing a group of children. A tall, serious-looking crane folding parchment into tiny birds. They were just living. Talking animals, as if nothing was strange about it. I passed a pair of foxes playing a stringed instrument together. A mole in a vest hammered nails into a storefront sign. Everyone was dressed in loose-fitting robes, sashes, or simple wraps. Nothing too elaborate. Well, almost everyone. As I rounded the corner of a busy intersection, a scent hit me. Hot broth. Stir-fried vegetables. Fresh noodles dancing in peppered oil. My stomach growled loud. I stumbled toward the smell like a moth to flame, and there it was, a modest noodle shop tucked into the corner of the square, red paper lanterns swaying gently in the still air. A wooden sign above the entrance read, "Mr. Ping's Noodle Shop." I stepped closer, but froze at the threshold. Through the open door, I saw animals gathered at low tables, slurping noodles from wide porcelain bowls. The steam curled in ribbons above their heads. The hunger in me was no longer patient. It had become a need. But I had no coin. No bag. No food to trade. Nothing. I lowered my gaze, jaw tightening. I didn't even know how to ask. What was I supposed to do? Beg? Kill and take? That thought, sharp and uninvited, disgusted me. Even with the scythes on my back, I wasn't that. I turned to walk away. Hey! I stopped. The voice came from behind me, warm, casual, a little out of breath. I turned slowly. Standing there was a large panda, shirtless, round, and smiling. His fur was soft-looking, white belly rising gently with every breath. He wore loose yellow shorts tied with a brown sash. A single noodle hung from the side of his mouth, which he slurped in before speaking again. "You okay?" he asked. I blinked. "I'm fine." He eyed me. "You look like you're about to either pass out or break something. You hungry?" My stomach answered before I could. A loud growl echoed from deep inside me. The panda's ears perked up. Whoa! That was serious. I stepped back slightly, embarrassed. "I don't have any money." He waved his paw like it was nothing. Don't worry about it. My dad owns the place. Come on inside." I hesitated. "I don't want to." He cut me off. "You need food. I have food. It's a win-win." I stared at him. There was no caution in his posture. No fear. Just a kind of open, bumbling confidence that I hadn't seen in, well, anyone. "You sure?" I asked, voice quieter now. "Totally." He gestured to the door. "Let's go. You look like you haven't eaten in, forever." He turned and walked in like the decision was already made. I stood there another few seconds before following him. The inside of the shop was even warmer than it looked. Wooden beams curved over the ceiling. The air smelled like spice and salt and something rich I couldn't name. The panda ducked behind the counter and grabbed a bowl with practiced ease. "Dad," he called over his shoulder. "Got a hungry customer." From the back, a smaller voice shouted, "They better not be picky." The panda chuckled. "Don't worry. This one looks like they'll eat anything." He turned back to me and grinned. "Name's Po, by the way." I looked at him, unsure how to respond. He wiped his paws on a cloth and slid the bowl onto the counter in front of me. Steam rose in elegant tendrils. Noodles tangled with green onions, sliced mushroom, a dark savory broth glistening at the surface. I stared at it. My hand's paws trembled slightly as I reached out. I still hadn't said my name. Because I didn't know what it was anymore. Shredder? That name belonged to the one who fell. The one who pulled a backpack instead of a parachute. The one who screamed into the wind and saw death's yellow eyes just before it all went black. But now? I wasn't that man. I wasn't that scream. I was something new. Maybe even something terrifying. But in this moment, in this little shop with Po watching me like a proud host, I was just hungry. I lifted the bowl to my mouth and drank. The broth hit like a memory of something I'd never tasted, warm, full, alive. I didn't realize I'd closed my eyes until I opened them again. Po laughed. "See? I told you. Best noodles in the valley." I nodded slowly, setting the bowl down. "Thank you." He waved me off again. "Don't mention it." I looked at him. I had so many questions. But for now, just one. "Po, what is this place?" His ears tilted. "You mean the shop?" "No. The world." I paused. "I don't think I'm from here." He blinked. Then shrugged. Lot of folks show up from all kinds of places. Valley of Peace is weird like that." "Valley of Peace?" "Yup." He reached over and patted my shoulder, casual, friendly, like he did it all the time. "Don't worry. You're safe here. For now, anyway." Safe. I didn't know what that meant. But for the first time since I opened my eyes in that meadow, I started to believe it. Chapter 4, A Place for Strangers. The bowl sat empty in front of me, its surface still glistening with traces of broth. I'd eaten slowly at first, trying not to draw attention, but the warmth had crept in like a wave coaxing something long dormant back to life. By the time I set the bowl down, I felt less like a shadow and more like a person. Or whatever I was now. Po leaned on the counter with one elbow, watching me with relaxed curiosity. "You, definitely looked like you needed that," he said. I nodded. "I did." He tilted his head slightly, studying me in that open, honest way he seemed to do everything. "So, what's your name?" I paused. It was a simple question, but it rang like a bell down in the deepest part of me. The truth came out before I could second-guess it. "Death." His expression didn't change right away. He blinked, let it hang in the air between us. "That's a name?" he asked, his voice more curious than doubtful. I nodded. "It's what I am." Po gave a short, thoughtful hum. "Hey. That's intense." "I know." He scratched behind one ear with a lazy paw, still not looking away. "So is it your real name? Or more of a title thing? Like, the Warrior of Doom or the Storm of Retribution kind of vibe?" I stared at him. "I don't know anymore. It's just what feels right." Po gave a slow nod. "All right. Death it is, then." No mockery. No suspicion. Just acceptance. I shifted in my seat, unsure how to respond to that kind of open-heartedness. It was unfamiliar territory. Po stretched his arms above his head with a yawn and looked out the door. The village was still humming, but quieter now. Late afternoon, maybe. A cooler breeze had crept in, rustling the lanterns above the shop entrance. "So," he said casually, "where are you from?" I looked down at my hands' paws now, though I still thought of them as hands. Clawed and furred, resting against the worn wooden counter like they'd always belonged here. "I'm lost," I said simply. Po didn't pry. Didn't frown or prod. He just nodded. "Yeah," he said after a pause. "I know that feeling." He said it like he meant it, like he'd been lost once too. Maybe still was. His eyes flicked toward the back of the shop. That was when another voice emerged, slightly wheezy, slightly shrill. "Po. You better not be giving food away for free again." Po grinned. "Relax, Dad. It's just one bowl." From the back kitchen, an older goose emerged, white feathers, round spectacles perched on a beak that had perfected the art of skeptical expression. He wore an apron smeared with flour and broth stains, and his wings flared slightly as he waddled forward. He stopped when he saw me. A long pause. His eyes scanned me from head to toe or snout to tail. I wasn't sure if he was measuring my size or my danger level. Probably both. "Who's this?" he asked, voice cautious but not hostile. "This," Po said proudly, "is Death." Mr. Ping blinked. "Come again." "That's his name," Po said with a chuckle, then lowered his voice. "I know, it's kind of awesome." The goose narrowed his eyes. "You let someone named Death into our shop." "He was hungry, Dad. And he's cool. I can tell." Mr. Ping didn't look convinced. His gaze turned back to me. I met his eyes and stood slowly from my seat. Not too quickly, no sudden moves. I didn't want to startle him. I lowered my head in a respectful nod. "Thank you," I said. "For the food. I won't forget it." He raised a brow. "You're welcome." I turned slightly, preparing to leave, but before I could take a step, Po stepped out from behind the counter and intercepted me. "Wait," he said. I looked at him. "Do you have anywhere to stay?" That question hit harder than it should have. My silence answered for me. Po rubbed the back of his neck. "Look, I know it's sudden. And I get it if you don't want to. But we've got space upstairs. The spare room's just been sitting there since, well, a while. You could crash there for a bit. Just until you figure stuff out." I stared at him. "You'd let me stay?" He nodded. "Sure. You don't exactly blend in, and something tells me this isn't a great place to sleep on the street." I hesitated. The scythe shifted slightly on my back. "I don't want to be a burden." "You're not." His tone was matter-of-fact. "Look, you needed food. Now you need rest. That's not a burden. That's just being alive." I didn't know how to respond to that. Mr. Ping didn't look thrilled, but he didn't argue, either. Po seemed to take his silence as permission. "Come in," Po said, already moving toward a set of narrow stairs near the kitchen. "I'll show you where everything is." I followed, unsure of what else to do. The second floor of the noodle shop was quieter. The noises of the village below faded into a gentle hum. The hallway was narrow but clean, with scrolls on the walls and a slightly crooked painting of a peach tree. Po led me to a small room at the end of the hall. The door creaked open to reveal a low bed, a wooden chest, and a window that looked out over the rooftops. "It's not much," he said, stepping aside. "But it's yours for now." I stepped inside. The air was still, untouched for who knows how long. I turned to him. "Thank you." Po shrugged. "Like I said, don't mention it. We all need a place to land sometimes." He leaned against the doorway, arms crossed loosely. "So, You really don't remember where you came from? I shook my head. Not really. Just fragments. A sky. A fall. Eyes watching me. His expression softened. That sounds heavy. It was. Well, he said, pushing off the door frame, you're here now. And tomorrow's a fresh dumpling. I blinked. Is that a saying? It is now. And with that, he grinned again and started back down the hall. I stepped into the room and closed the door behind me. It wasn't home. Not yet. But it was a place to sit. A place to breathe. A place to begin. I sat on the edge of the bed, the scythe still on my back. For now, I didn't take them off. Outside the window, the last light of the day bled across the rooftops, soft and golden. Maybe this wasn't the end of the story. Maybe it was the start of a new one. Chapter 5, A Small World. 1678. 1679. 1680. I stared at the wall across from me, unblinking. My legs were drawn to my chest, arms loosely draped around them, like keeping myself compact might anchor me somehow. Counting was the only thing that calmed the haze in my head. It gave shape to the silence. Gave structure to the ache that pulsed in the marrow of my new body. 1681. I wasn't sure when I started. Maybe sometime after sunset. Maybe hours before that. My mind didn't track time anymore, it tracked numbers, because numbers didn't change. Numbers didn't slip from your memory like faces or places. I had no memories of a childhood. No scent of home. No warm voice waiting in another room. Just the scythes. Just the name. Death. It sounded less like an identity now and more like a coat I was wearing, too large in some places, too tight in others. 1682. A knock came against the door. Not a sharp one. Just 3 slow, friendly taps. Hey! Poe's voice filtered through the wood. Dinner's ready if you're hungry. I blinked. The wall didn't care. The numbers didn't mind. But my stomach gave a quiet growl. Not sharp, not desperate, just a gentle reminder that I still had a body. A living one. Okay, I said, though it was probably too quiet for him to hear. I stood slowly, stiff from sitting so long. The wooden floor creaked under my claws. My scythes rested against the wall by the window. I didn't need them for dinner. I opened the door and stepped into the hallway, padded down the stairs, the scent of broth and steamed vegetables drifting into my nose before I even reached the bottom. The dining room was dimly lit with lanterns that swayed slightly with the night breeze pushing through an open window. A few small tables were scattered near the front of the shop, but only one was set tonight. 3 bowls of noodles steamed gently on the wooden surface. I approached slowly, unsure if I was meant to wait or seat myself. Then I noticed Poe placing 3 pairs of chopsticks on the table with one hand while balancing a plate of steamed buns in the other. Ah! There you are, he said cheerfully. Perfect timing. He set the plate down and gave me a wide grin, then gestured to the table. Pick whichever bowl you want. They're all the same, I think. Unless Dad added something sneaky to his. I glanced at the bowls. The smell alone was enough to tug me toward them. I reached for the one closest to me and brought it carefully to the table. The chair creaked under my weight, but it held. Poe slid into the seat across from me, legs slightly too wide for the small space. His yellow shorts were wrinkled and flecked with flour. Shirtless, as always, he didn't seem to care for uniforms or appearances. I lowered my head and took in the steam rising from the bowl. Familiar now, comforting. A flutter of wings signaled Mr. Ping's arrival from the kitchen. He looked tired, feathers mussed, apron dusted with the remains of a long day. His eyes darted to me as he approached. "Still here, I see," he said with a slightly arched brow. "I didn't want to leave before thanking you again," I replied. He tilted his head but said nothing as he sat at the table and adjusted his stool. Po passed him a pair of chopsticks. "He's a polite guest, hey." Mr. Ping grunted something half-approving. We ate mostly in silence. The noodles were soft, rich with ginger and soy. There was a sweetness I didn't recognize, and tiny slices of mushroom that melted on my tongue. It was hard to describe how satisfying it felt to eat something real. Something prepared with care, not just sustenance. The warmth of the broth settled in my chest, softening things I hadn't realized were tense. Mr. Ping didn't ask me more questions. Maybe he'd already decided I wasn't a threat. Maybe he just respected boundaries. Either way, I appreciated it. When the bowls were empty and the plate of buns reduced to crumbs, I sat back slightly and exhaled. Po looked at me. "Feeling better?" I nodded. He gave me a lazy thumbs up. Food is nature's hug. I wasn't sure if that made sense, but I smiled faintly anyway. Mr. Ping began gathering the dishes, muttering under his breath about noodles not clearing themselves. I rose from my chair and gave a small bow of gratitude. "I'll be out for a bit," I said, addressing both of them but mostly Mr. Ping. "Out?" Po repeated, ears perking up slightly. "Where?" I hesitated. "Just outside. I want to see the village." I didn't really look before. The words felt fragile in my mouth. I didn't want them to sound like an escape, even if part of me still twitched at the idea of being trapped. Posted without hesitation. "I'll come with you." I turned toward him. "You don't have to." He shrugged. "I want to. Night walks are cool. And you shouldn't wander alone anyway. What if you trip and fall into a wishing well or get tricked into a dumpling contest by the baker's cat?" I blinked. "Is that a thing?" "Not yet," he said, grabbing his staff from the corner. "But you never know." Mr. Ping muttered something about moonlight strolls with strange wolves but didn't stop us. He waved one wing as we stepped outside, his expression tired but not unkind. The village had changed under the moon. Lanterns glowed soft orange along the walkways, casting long shadows. The stalls were mostly closed, but a few had sleepy attendants packing up wares. A trio of rabbits sat on a bench sipping tea, and a goat swept the front of his shop with slow, meditative strokes. It was quiet, peaceful. Not a dream, but maybe a softer corner of the world. Po walked beside me with his paws behind his head, moving with the kind of ease that comes from knowing exactly where you are. I walked with less purpose, gaze drifting from building to building. There was a tea house with ivy curling over its roof, a bakery whose windows still glowed faintly from the heat of its ovens. I passed a tiny stall with jade trinkets strung like wind chimes. None of it was familiar. But none of it felt hostile. I glanced at Po. "Why are you being so kind to me?" I asked softly. He looked at me, and for a moment, his usual grin faded. Not gone but replaced with something more thoughtful. "I don't know," he said. "Just feels right. You show up looking like you fell through a thunderstorm, carrying 2 terrifying weapons, and still say thank you after every noodle. I guess I just trust my gut." I looked away, embarrassed by how much that meant. He added, "Also, I once punched a dragon in the face, so my standards are kinda weird." I laughed. A quiet one, but real. Po grinned. "There it is. I was wondering if your face could do that." We walked a bit farther in silence. The cobblestones beneath my feet felt steady. "Real? Do you really not remember anything?" he asked after a while. "Only pieces," I said. Falling from the sky. A voice that wasn't mine. Golden eyes. Cold air. Sounds spooky. It was. He didn't press further. Just kept walking, occasionally pointing out little things: the shop where a badger sells fireworks, the library built into a hollow tree, the stone bridge where kids dared each other to jump into the river. He was trying to make the world feel smaller. More navigable. I appreciated that. As we crossed a small courtyard, I paused. A bell rang somewhere in the distance. I don't know if I belong here, I said. Po stopped beside me. No one does at first. I looked up at the moon. I'm not like you. You're not supposed to be, he said. You're you. That's kind of the whole point. We stood there for a long moment, just watching the night breathe around us. It wasn't home. But maybe, for tonight, it didn't need to be. Chapter 6, Teeth in the Dark. The dirt path curved into the woods like a question with no answer. Tall trees pressed in on either side, their branches reaching overhead to tangle into a canopy that dimmed even the moonlight. Po walked beside me, hands clasped behind his back like he had nothing to fear, but I could see the tightness in his steps. He chuckled to himself every few paces, forcing it out like he was trying to fill the silence. So, he said, after a while. Fun fact: this forest's called Whisper Grove. Kind of a spooky name, right? But it's not that scary once you get used to the noises. Like the owls. And the creaking trees. And the wolves that may or may not live out here. I glanced at him. He caught my look and immediately said, "Not you wolves, obviously. You're chill." I said nothing. The silence stretched. Po coughed lightly. "I'm just saying, it's not haunted or anything. No ghost monks, no demon squirrels. Probably." We kept walking. The sounds changed the deeper we went. The chirping faded. The trees grew denser. Wind tugged at the leaves like a warning, and even Po stopped talking after a while. I felt calmer. Here in the dark, away from the village. I didn't have to pretend as much. But that peace shattered a moment later. A scream cut through the stillness like a knife. High-pitched. Frantic. "Did you hear that?" Po asked, already backing up a step. Then it came again, closer. "Help! Somebody, please!" We looked at each other. My feet were already moving before I thought about it. Po hesitated, then groaned, and ran after me. Ugh, I really don't like this part. The trees blurred past as we followed the sound, leaves slapping against our arms and faces. The forest opened up ahead into a clearing dusted with moonlight. And there they were. A family of rabbits, 2 adults, one clutching a child to her chest, huddled against a tree. Eyes wide. Trembling. Trapped. 2 large hyenas loomed over them, bearing yellow teeth, each carrying rusted blades. Their fur was thick and scraggly, their postures twitchy and aggressive. "C'mon," one snarled. "You got food, coins, something in those bags. Hand it over, or we'll take more than your carrots." We don't have anything," the father stammered, shielding the others. The second hyena laughed cruelly and kicked over a small sack on the ground. A few apples spilled out, bruised and dirty. Po stepped into the clearing, raising his voice. "Hey! Back off!" The hyenas froze. One turned, squinting through the dark. "What's this? Another rabbit in the wrong part of the woods." "I'm a panda, actually," Po said, voice shaking just a little. "And you're scaring them. So why don't you leave before someone gets hurt?" The first hyena chuckled. "Is that a threat?" "It's more of a suggestion." They looked at each other. Then one of them growled and stalked toward Po. I could see the way his legs wobbled. Po stood tall, but his hands trembled around the wooden stick he'd brought. He wasn't trained. He wasn't strong. Just trying to be brave. The hyena swung his blade, and Po barely dodged. The second one flanked him, stepping in from the side. I moved. 1 heartbeat. 2. I reached them as the second hyena lifted his blade toward Po's side. Without hesitation, I kicked the first one in the chest. Hard. He flew backward into the grass with a wheeze, rolling to a stop near a tree stump. The second hyena turned to me with a snarl, but I grabbed his head in one hand and drove it down into my knee. The sound wasn't clean. It was a wet crunch. His legs buckled and he dropped like a sack of wheat. The first one tried to stand. I stepped forward and drove a clean kick to the side of his head. He slumped, groaning, then went still. Silence returned to the clearing. I turned to the rabbit family, but they were already running, disappearing into the woods without a word, small feet pounding the dirt. Po stood still, eyes wide, chest heaving. I looked at him. He blinked at me. "Whoa," he said finally, stepping carefully over one of the unconscious hyenas. "You just, that was." I said nothing. He paced in a small circle, eyes darting back to the bodies, then to me. "You kicked him. Then you grabbed the other guy and crack. Then bam, he's out cold." I glanced down at the fallen hyenas. One groaned faintly. Not dead. Just broken. The sound of his breathing didn't sit right with me, but I didn't feel bad. They would have hurt that family. They would have hurt Po. "You okay?" I asked him. He looked up. "Me? Oh yeah. I mean, sort of. I'm fine. I think I might have peed a little when that first guy swung at me, but it's dark, so nobody'll know." I raised an eyebrow. "I'm kidding," he said quickly. "Mostly. But dude. Where did you learn that?" I shook my head. "I didn't learn. I just knew what to do." His eyes widened. "That was some serious kung fu. Like, real warrior stuff. You didn't even flinch." I didn't feel like a warrior. I felt cold. Not afraid. Not angry. Just cold. Po tilted his head. "You okay?" "I'm fine." He didn't believe me, but he didn't push. We stood there for a moment in the clearing. The wind blew through the trees, brushing against our fur. Po crouched near one of the hyenas and poked him with his stick. "Yup. That guy's out cold. Probably gonna wake up with a headache the size of Mount Jinshan." He glanced up at me. "That was really brave. Just so you know." I didn't feel brave either. Just fast. Just strong. Like something that had waited in the dark for a reason to wake up. I rubbed the back of my neck and looked away. "We should go before they come to." "Right," Po said, hopping to his feet. "Good idea. Lead the way, oh mysterious forest guardian." I started walking. He followed. A few minutes passed in silence before he said, "You know, you're kind of like a superhero." I frowned. "I'm not." "Come on. You saved a whole family and beat up 2 criminals without breaking a sweat. That's pretty hero-y. Superheroes don't exist." Po grinned. Says the talking wolf with lightning reflexes and scary strong legs. I didn't respond. Because maybe he was right. Or maybe I was just something worse. But I'd protected someone. That counted for something, didn't it? As the trees thinned and the village lights came back into view, I felt Po's eyes on me again. "You ever think about becoming a warrior?" he asked. I mean, with moves like that, you could totally apply to the Jade Palace. Maybe even join the guards. I don't know who I am yet, I said quietly. Po didn't argue this time. We walked the rest of the way in silence. Chapter 7, Footsteps in the Dust. The walk back felt slower, more thoughtful. Po wasn't chattering as much now. Every so often he'd glance over at me like he wanted to say something, but the words never quite came. Maybe he was thinking about what he'd done. Or what I'd done. Or maybe he just didn't know how to wrap his head around it. When we finally reached the village again, the streets were quiet. Lanterns swung gently in the wind, and a few shopkeepers were closing up for the night. Everything looked just the same as when we left, but it didn't feel the same. Po pushed open the door to the noodle shop and stepped inside, his voice rising automatically. "Hey Dad, we're back." Mr. Ping was already there, wiping down the counter. His feathers fluffed in surprise as he looked up. "Oh. There you are, Po." His voice was sharp with worry, and he rushed forward, drying his claws on his apron. "I was starting to think something happened. You didn't say how long you'd be out." "Sorry, Dad," Po said, waving his arms. "We kinda got sidetracked." Mr. Ping squinted at him. "Sidetracked?" Po paused, then gestured at me. "You're never gonna believe this, but we saved a family. From hyenas." "Hyenas?" Mr. Ping repeated, his eyes widening. "Actual hyenas?" "Yeah. They were cornering these rabbits, and I tried to stop them, kinda failed, but then bam, death here swoops in and knocks them both out. Like, bam, one hit each." Mr. Ping turned to me, feathers rising. "Are you all right?" I nodded. "I'm fine." "Were you hurt?" "No." "Did you?" He hesitated, glancing at Po. "Get bitten or anything?" "Hyenas are filthy." "They didn't touch me." "Wow," Mr. Ping exhaled slowly, then turned back to his son. "And you, Po? Are you all right?" "Yeah. I mean, it was a little scary, not gonna lie," Po said, rubbing the back of his neck, "but I'm okay." He handled it before it got too bad. Mr. Ping shook his head and let out a low whistle. That's a lot for a walk." "I guess," Po said, his voice dipping for the first time. "Still can't believe that actually happened." I stepped away from the counter and toward the stairs. "I'm going up to sleep." Mr. Ping blinked. "Oh. Yes, of course. Rest well." "Good night," Po added, waving as I climbed the stairs. I gave a short nod over my shoulder. "Good night." Switch POV, The Furious Five. The clearing was quiet when they arrived. Silent, except for the rustle of leaves and the occasional flutter of wings far above. The moon cast a pale glow over the dirt and grass, revealing two large, unconscious shapes sprawled near a broken stump. Mathis knelt beside the bodies, turning one over gently with his palm. "They're alive." "Barely," Mantis muttered. "What happened here?" "No cuts. No blood," Mathis murmured. "Look here, the jaw. Shattered. And this one's temples bruised from a single strike." "They were knocked out in 2 moves, Viper said, slithering up beside him. There was a moment of silence. "Think it was bandits?" Crane asked. "Bandits don't leave hyenas alive," Monkey muttered, eyes narrowing. "And they sure don't work this cleanly." Mathis rose slowly, brushing his hands off. "This wasn't sloppy. Whoever did this was fast. Precise. Controlled." Viper tilted her head. "Should we be worried?" "No," Tigress said firmly from behind them, stepping into the clearing. They turned to her. "We're warriors," she continued. "Any one of us could have done this. There's no reason to lose sleep over some anonymous vigilante with a lucky streak. You don't think we should find out who it was? Monkey asked. Why? So we can hand out medals, she snapped. If they're strong, they'll show themselves in the tournament. If they're reckless, they'll get themselves hurt. The others fell quiet. Tigress turned toward the path ahead. The tournament starts in 2 days. We're not here to play detective. Mantis crossed his arms. So we just ignore it. No, she said. We outshine it. She started walking, tail swaying behind her. One by one, the others followed. The forest closed behind them once more, hiding the bodies and the truth in the whispering trees. Chapter 8, Shadows and Steam. Poe's POV. Sleep didn't come easy. Not because of nightmares or bad dreams, nothing like that. I didn't feel scared. I just kept seeing it over and over again. That clearing in the woods. The way the wind picked up around us. The look on the hyenas' faces when death stepped forward. Calm. Cold. Collected. It wasn't like watching a fighter. It was like watching something inevitable. He didn't scream. Didn't posture. Just moved. 1 second, the hyenas were the scariest things in the forest. The next second they were just lumps on the ground. I rolled over onto my back, staring at the ceiling of my room. The rafters were old and dusty, but familiar. Comfortable. I didn't feel comfortable. I felt itchy. In my chest. Like I was full of restless energy. I wanted to do something. Not just sit and serve noodles. Not just dream about kung fu, but be like him. Death wasn't even trying. That's what got me the most. He didn't pose. He didn't brag. He didn't even talk about it afterward. It was like it didn't mean anything to him. But to me, it meant everything. I wanted to move like that. Be fearless like that. I wanted to help people and mean it, not just say I would while hiding behind a stick. I didn't want to be a joke anymore. I sat up and hugged my knees, resting my chin on top. Po Ping, I whispered, Dragon Warrior. It sounded silly out loud. But not as silly as it used to. Switch to Mr. Ping's POV morning. The scent of ginger and soy floated through the shop, blending with the warmth of freshly boiled broth. The morning light streamed through the bamboo windows in soft golden beams, illuminating every speck of dust in the air. Pots clattered. Steam rose. The bell above the front door jingled as the first customer stepped in. Ah! Good morning, Master Feng. I called cheerfully, spinning on my clawed heel. The usual. Master Feng, an old tortoise with the patience of stone, smiled and nodded slowly. You know me too well, Ping. Of course I do. I remember every order from every regular. If I forget, my ancestors would rise from their graves just to smack me with their ladles. That got a few chuckles from the tables already filling up. I wiped my claws and turned toward the stairs. Po. Time to get up. The breakfast crowd started. I opened my beak to call again, but a quiet voice stopped me. I'll serve them. I turned around. It was him. Death stood at the foot of the stairs, calm as still water, his fur neatly brushed, his eyes dark and unreadable. His voice was soft but carried through the room like a knife through tofu. You don't have to wake Po. He was tired last night. Let him rest. I can help. I blinked, drying my claws on my apron. You're a guest. You shouldn't be working. I want to, he said simply. I'm repaying the favor. I studied him for a long moment. His face didn't shift. He wasn't being polite, he meant it. You know how to carry bowls? I asked, narrowing my eyes just a bit. He nodded. Balance them. He gave a slight shrug. I learn fast. I sighed and waved him toward the counter. All right, all right. You can try it. But no dropping anything. These bowls are older than you are. He moved with a kind of quiet grace, sharp but measured. Not like Po, who always knocked into chairs or spilled soup when he got excited. No, death was precise. Clean. Like every movement was considered before it even started. He picked up a tray of noodles and delivered it across the room like he'd done it 100 times before. Not a single drip. Not a single slosh. He didn't even bump a table leg. The customers murmured their thanks with nervous smiles. They didn't know what to make of him, this tall, lean wolf with piercing eyes and silence like stone. But they didn't complain. By the time the breakfast crowd started thinning out, I leaned back behind the counter and watched him deliver another tray. You really are something, I muttered. Maybe not from here. Maybe not like us. But he worked like someone who knew what it meant to owe a debt. And I respected that. Chapter 9, The Spark. The morning rush had passed, leaving the shop in a warm lull of leftover steam and soft chatter. The customers had started thinning out, bellies full and hearts lighter from a comforting bowl of noodles. The scent of sesame and ginger still hung in the air, clinging to the wooden beams and counters like incense. I stood at the counter, wiping my hands on a towel Mr. Ping had handed me earlier. My motions were rhythmic, smooth, methodical. Stack bowls. Wipe counter. Reset chopsticks. Repeat. Behind me, I heard the sound of heavy feet padding down the stairs. Po. His steps were always a little uneven. Not clumsy, just untrained. Like his body didn't always know where it was going until it got there. Morning, he mumbled with a yawn, rubbing the back of his neck as he stepped into the light. I gave a nod. You slept in? Yet. Sorry about that. He blinked at the emptying tables. You guys already did the rush. I helped. You helped. His ears perked up. Whoa. I mean, that's awesome. I usually do mornings with Dad. But, he looked around. Guess you didn't need me. I didn't mind. He didn't seem sure how to take that. His eyes darted to the dishes waiting to be carried and the final customers lingering near the door. Without another word, he picked up 2 empty bowls and started cleaning alongside me. For a moment, there was silence, just the quiet clink of ceramics, the soft scrape of wood. It wasn't uncomfortable. When the last customer waved goodbye and the bell over the door jingled one final time, the shop finally felt still. Mr. Ping had gone upstairs to rest. That left the two of us in the quiet, warm belly of the shop. The air still smelled of broth and green onions. We sat across from each other, each with a fresh bowl of noodles between us. Po slurped loudly. I stirred mine without eating yet. He leaned back against the wooden support beam, bowl cradled in one paw. Thanks, he said. I looked up. For helping this morning. It's usually just me and Dad during rush hour. I mean, I don't mind, but having you here made it easier. A lot easier. I gave a small nod. No words needed. He kept talking. You're really calm. Like, all the time. Even when we were in the woods, you didn't panic. You just moved. And the way you carried everything today? No spills, no wobbles. You're like a statue. A really fast, strong, scary statue. I raised an eyebrow. Po chuckled, rubbing his arm. Sorry. That sounded cooler in my head. I took a sip of the broth. The warmth spread down my throat like sunlight. I guess what I'm trying to say is, he hesitated, fidgeting slightly with his chopsticks. You're the kind of person I always dreamed of being. I said nothing. But like, actually being it. Not just in a daydream. You're the real thing. I didn't look up. Then, quietly, like he wasn't sure he should say it, can you teach me? The words settled in the air between us like a stone dropped in still water. I paused. Spoon hovering above the surface of the broth. Teach you. I repeated, more to myself than him. To fight, Po said, voice stronger now. Like you do. I finally looked up and met his eyes. He didn't blink. Didn't flinch. His eyes were wide but steady. Honest. There was hope in them. And something else. Conviction. A part of me wanted to say no. I wasn't a teacher. I wasn't a monk. I didn't preach, I didn't train, I didn't guide. But I did understand talent. I could see it. Po didn't have speed. Or technique. Or strength. Not yet. But he had something rarer. Drive. And more than that, kindness. He wanted to learn not just for himself. He wanted to help. Even in that forest, he had stepped forward before I did. Recklessly, yes. Foolishly. But it still meant something. If I fell, if I trained him and he failed, I lost nothing. But if it worked, I had everything to gain. A student. A purpose. A way to exist in this strange world that I hadn't chosen but was now a part of. I lowered the spoon slowly. Yes. He blinked. Wait, yes. I nodded. I'll teach you. For a beat, he just stared. Then he let out a wild, gleeful shout and jumped to his feet, nearly knocking his bowl off the table. Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. He was practically bouncing in place, eyes shining like a child handed a dream. I raised one hand. First lesson, don't spill the food. He froze, one hand halfway to a victory dance. Right, he said, carefully lowering himself back into the seat. Lesson 1, no soup casualties. Got it. I went back to eating, watching him out of the corner of my eye. Hoping. Not what I expected from this world. But maybe, he was exactly what I needed. Chapter 9, Deja Vu. The quiet after the morning rush had a different kind of weight to it. Stillness, not from exhaustion but something more peaceful. The scent of broth still lingered in the air. The clinking of chopsticks had faded. The shop, once buzzing with chatter, now breathed with a calm lull. I leaned against the counter, arms folded, watching the tables empty one by one. Then I heard footsteps. Po descended the stairs, yawning into his palm, fur ruffled from sleep. His eyes blinked open slowly until he noticed me standing there beside a stack of bowls. Whoa, he said, rubbing his eyes. You already did all that. I gave a small nod. You helped with the rush? Another nod. Po smiled, scratching behind his ear sheepishly. That's really awesome, dude. Thanks. He shuffled over and picked up a few empty bowls, joining me without further comment. Together, we moved around the tables, cleaning what was left. He wasn't quiet, he never was, but his energy was softer this morning. Not in a bad way. Just thoughtful. When everything was finally cleared, we sat down with fresh bowls of noodles. Steam curled up from the broth, dancing lazily in the warm sunlight that filtered through the shop's wooden slats. He slurped loudly, of course, and leaned back with a sigh. You didn't have to help, you know, he said between mouthfuls. But, man, that was great. When I work alone, it's just chaos, no offense to my dad, but with you. Everything was smooth. Like, crazy smooth. I stirred my noodles in silence. You're just so cool. Calm. Like nothing rattles you. He kept talking. I let him. Something about Po's voice was grounding. Familiar. Then came the question. Hey, could you teach me? My hand paused over the bowl. To fight, he clarified quickly. Like you do. I didn't answer right away. Not because I was unsure but because I wasn't ready for what the question opened inside me. Teach him? Of all people? I lifted my eyes and looked at him, really looked. That face. That voice. That boundless curiosity and chaotic warmth. That inability to sit still or stay quiet when something mattered to him. He wasn't just some village panda with dreams of greatness. He was Po. Po Ping. The dragon warrior. I remembered. The recognition hit like a slow wave, familiar yet distant. From a life long buried beneath fur and fang. A life where I was human. Where I sat on a couch and watched his story play out on a glowing screen. I had seen him before. Not in this form. Not in this world. But I knew who he was. I remembered the dumplings. The scroll. The Furious Five. Oogway. The peach tree. This wasn't some coincidence. I didn't know how or why I had ended up here. In this world. In this body. But he was part of it. One of the constants. And if this was the same story, then I already knew what kind of strength lived inside him. Not in his fists. Not in his kicks. But in his heart. He didn't become strong because someone gave him power. He became strong because he never gave up. Because he believed, even when no one else did. Even in death, I had never forgotten that kind of spirit. I set the spoon down. He was still looking at me, hopeful. Waiting. I know who you are, I said quietly. He blinked. Hey. I leaned forward slightly. You're not just anyone, Po. His eyes widened. Wait, have we met before? I didn't answer. Not directly. I'll train you. His jaw dropped. Wait, really? Yes. I picked up my bowl again, resuming my meal as if I hadn't just changed the course of his entire life. But, why? He asked, barely able to sit still. You don't even know me. I do, I said calmly. Because I had seen what he could become. He was the dragon warrior even if no one else saw it yet. If I fell by training him? I lost nothing. But if he rose? We both had everything to gain. Po jumped up, nearly knocking over the table. Oh man! This is amazing. I can't believe this. Don't knock the food. Right. Right. Sorry. He scrambled to catch his bowl before it tumbled over. Wow. Lesson 1, no soup casualties. Got it. I let a small breath out through my nose. Almost a chuckle. Almost. He plopped back into his seat, eyes shining like a child handed a dream. I stirred my noodles again, watching the broth swirl. Maybe fate had a strange way of working. But maybe, it was exactly what I needed. Chapter 9, A Familiar Flame. The scent of broth still lingered in the air. The bowls had been cleared. The chatter silenced. Only the rhythmic clink of porcelain being stacked remained as I moved through the shop in practiced silence, wiping down tables and resetting chopsticks. The rush was over. The day had barely begun. Footsteps echoed down the wooden stairs. I turned slightly. Po yawned as he stumbled into the room, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. His fur was disheveled, his belly stretching the yellow shorts he wore, and his steps were as uneven as his thoughts usually sounded. "You already cleaned everything?" he asked, blinking at the spotless tables. I nodded. "You helped with the rush?" Another nod. He looked around, still waking up. "Dang. I didn't mean to sleep in that late." He scratched the back of his neck, shuffling over to pick up a few stray bowls. "Thanks for helping." "Really?" He meant it. His tone was easy, open. Honest in a way most aren't. We cleaned in silence for a while. It wasn't uncomfortable. Eventually, we sat down with fresh bowls of noodles. Steam curled upward, soft and fragrant. I stirred mine, watching the way the light shifted through it. Po slurped loudly beside me. "You're really good at all this," he said after a moment. "Like, weirdly good. Carrying bowls, moving around, staying calm even in the forest yesterday. You're like a mystery wrapped in a riddle wrapped in a big, silent cloak." I said nothing. He grinned sheepishly. "I talk too much." I gave a faint shrug. He did. But it wasn't unbearable. Po took another bite. Then, a little more serious this time, he asked. "Do you think you could teach me?" I stopped stirring my noodles. "To fight," he clarified. "Like you did in the forest." I didn't answer immediately. I looked at him. Really looked at him. Round face. Clumsy paws. Hopeful eyes. He looked like a joke. Like someone no one would take seriously in a fight. But I knew better. I'd known the moment I saw him. Not because of some strange energy or magical sense. But because I remembered. Not everything. Not with crystal clarity. But enough. I remembered sitting on a couch human. Watching this world play out through a screen. A story about a panda, soft and awkward, who would one day hold power not in his fists but in his heart. Kung Fu Panda. Po. The Dragon Warrior. Not yet. Not here. But still. The moment I saw him, something in me had recognized the shape of that possibility. He wasn't just any panda. He never had been. And if that story, his story, was true in this world too, then maybe I'd stumbled into something bigger than chance. Still, I didn't believe in destiny. I believed in talent. Potential. And I saw both in him. "I'll train you," I said quietly. Po froze, chopsticks halfway to his mouth. "Wait, really?" I nodded once. His jaw dropped. "You're serious?" "Yes. Yes," he shouted, jumping to his feet, nearly knocking over his bowl. "Oh my gosh, this is amazing. I thought you'd say no. I can't believe it." I raised an eyebrow. "Sit down." He blinked, remembered the food, and quickly lowered himself back into his seat. "Right. Sorry. Lesson 1, don't spill the noodles." "Got it." I looked at him across the table, quietly studying the fire beginning to catch behind his eyes. He had no idea what he was asking for. He had no idea what it would take. But he wanted it. Genuinely. And that meant something. If I trained him and he failed, I lost nothing. But if I trained him and he rose? I might witness greatness again, this time not from a couch, but standing beside it. I stirred my noodles one last time before finally beginning to eat. Po smiled so wide I thought his face might crack. Maybe this was the beginning of something worth staying for. Chapter 10, The First Lesson. The forest had a strange kind of quiet to it. Not silence, there were still birds chirping in the trees, the wind rustling through the leaves, the creak of old bark shifting with weight and time, but it was a quiet that wrapped itself around us. Like it was watching. Waiting. I stood with my arms behind my back, scythes crossed on my back, eyes steady on Po. He was still panting a little from the walk up the hill, wiping sweat from his brow. "All right," he said, rolling his shoulders and cracking his fingers like he was preparing to face a final boss. "First lesson. Hit me." "No." He blinked. "Wait, what?" "Take a deep breath." "Oh. Okay." He sucked in air so hard I thought he might collapse his own lungs. "Like this. Through your nose." He corrected it. "Slower. Less dramatic." "Now," I said, turning toward the edge of the trees, "run." He tilted his head. "Run." I pointed to the forest. "Through there. Go." "Wait, wait, wait, wait," he said, waving his arms. "You want me to run through the forest?" "Yes." He hesitated. "Like, how much of it?" "All of it." His mouth hung open. "The whole forest?" I nodded once. "But it's huge." I said nothing. Po looked at the trees like they had personally insulted him. Then he looked back at me. Are we building stamina? Is this like a test of endurance? Or maybe some deep metaphor for life? Like the forest represents my inner doubts and I have to push through them? No. Okay, cool, yeah, just checking. I reached into the cloth pouch hanging at my side. Po watched, curious until I pulled out a warm, steaming dumpling. Perfectly shaped. Fresh. Fluffy. Juicy. His eyes locked on it instantly. I pulled out a pair of black, bone-carved chopsticks, pinched the dumpling delicately, and lifted it to my mouth. I bit slowly. Deliberately. Po's stomach growled so loud it echoed off the trees. I made a small noise in the back of my throat. Satisfaction. The kind that lingers. Po stared. Mesmerized. "Where did you even get dumplings out here?" I didn't answer. Instead, I pulled out a second one and took another bite. The juice dripped just slightly from the side. I didn't wipe it. Po stepped forward. You're eating dumplings as part of the lesson." I said nothing. Just looked at him while chewing slowly. Po's eyes were locked on the dumplings like they were made of gold. I turned away from him. "Wait, where are you?" Then I ran. Silent, smooth, fast through the trees, dumplings in one hand, chopsticks still poised. "Hey!" Po yelled behind me. "That's not fair." I didn't slow down. I didn't have to look behind me to know he was chasing me. Leaves crunched. Branches cracked. I could hear his heavy footsteps bounding behind me. "Come back with those dumplings," he shouted, panting between every few words. "This is an abuse of food trust." I wove through tree trunks, skipped over roots, leapt across a short ridge. Po followed, not gracefully, but with determination. He was hungry. Genuinely. 10 minutes passed like that. I kept the pace just ahead of him, never letting him catch up, never getting too far. Just enough for him to taste the possibility. To feel the reward within reach. He stumbled. Fell once. Rolled. Got back up. Then, finally he collapsed onto the grass in a clearing, arms splayed wide, chest heaving like a bellows. "I can't," he groaned. "I think I saw my ancestors." I walked back toward him, the dumplings still intact. He looked up weakly. "Did I pass?" I knelt and handed him the first dumpling. His eyes lit up. He devoured it like he hadn't eaten in days, barely even chewing before it vanished. "More," he said, licking his fingers. "You burned off the calories." "So, yes." I said nothing. Instead, I reached into the pouch again and pulled out something heavier. His eyes widened. Is that? Yes. Golden fries. Hot, thick gravy. Melted cheese curds. Poutin. He sat bolt upright, eyes shimmering. Okay. That's just evil. I took a bite. Let out a soft, deliberate sigh. His hands gripped the grass like he was trying to hold himself down. I don't know where you got Canadian cuisine in ancient China, but I will chase you to the ends of the earth for that. I bolted again. No. He scrambled to his feet and took off after me. Branches snapped. Birds fled. A squirrel screamed something accusatory in a language I didn't know. He didn't quit. Even when he tripped. Even when he fell face first into a bush. Even when he gasped that he could hear colors. He kept going. And that was the lesson. Chapter 11, A Future in Flower and Fire. By the time we reached the edge of the village again, the sun was already beginning to dip behind the horizon, painting the clouds in streaks of gold and orange. Po was dragging his feet like they weighed 100 pounds each, arms hanging limp at his sides, fur soaked in sweat and leaf bits, and a twig poking out of one ear. I wasn't sure he noticed. I can't feel my everything, he mumbled. My arms are noodles. My legs are soup. My back is a broken spoon. He stumbled to a stop outside the shop and looked up at me. You're a monster. I raised an eyebrow. A motivational monster, he clarified, before wobbling toward the front door. With really good snacks. I said nothing, just followed him in as the wooden door creaked open. Inside, the scent of broth and fresh scallions filled the air. Mr. Ping was behind the counter, counting coins into a small clay jar. The old goose turned his head when he heard the door. Oh! There you are, Po, he said brightly. You've been gone all day. I was starting to wonder if you fell into a dumpling pot. Po trudged in, collapsed into a chair like his body had given up entirely, and muttered, worse. Death took me jogging. Mr. Ping blinked. You what? I ran, Po wheezed, like, through trees. For food. So much running. And pain. So much pain. Mr. Ping squinted at him. Then at me. You ran through the forest. I nodded. With death. Another nod. Voluntarily. Po held up a single finger. Technically? I was lured. There was food. Mr. Ping blinked once. Then twice. Then his feathers ruffled as he huffed and fluttered over, inspecting Po from head to toe. You're all scraped up, he said, turning Po's paw to check a scuffed knuckle. You need soup and rest and more soup. I already ate, Po groaned. You need recovery soup. Mr. Ping insisted. He bustled away into the back, still muttering, and I took a seat near the window, letting the quiet settle again. Outside, the village was winding down, vendors packing up, children running home, lamps being lit one by one. Po sat in silence for a few minutes, breathing slowly now, a small smile curling at the edge of his mouth. You know, he said finally, it was kind of fun. I didn't answer. I mean, I thought I was gonna die halfway through, and I'm 90% sure I swallowed a bug, but it was kinda cool, you know? Chasing something. Moving. Not just dreaming about doing kung fu but actually, doing something. He looked over at me, sheepish but genuine. Thanks. I nodded once. Mr. Ping returned a moment later, holding a hot bowl of ginger chicken soup and placing it in front of Po with a firm clink. Eat, he commanded. Po obeyed, grateful. Mr. Ping stood beside him, eyes narrowing slightly. He opened his beak to say something, then hesitated. Finally, he asked softly, "So, what is all this, Po?" Po looked up, a little confused. "What do you mean? You want to run through forests now? Fight bad guys? Become a Kung Fu master?" Mr. Ping's voice wasn't mocking, but there was something under it, gentle worry. The kind only a parent could carry. "Because I always thought, you know." He trailed off. Po looked down into his soup. Mr. Ping continued, voice quiet but steady. "I always thought you'd take over the shop one day." The room fell still. "I mean, not right now," Mr. Ping added quickly. "Of course not right now. You're still young. Still wild. But one day. When you're ready. The recipes, the stove, the secret ingredients. I always thought the shop would be yours. Passed down, just like it was to me." Po didn't respond at first. I watched his expression. His brow furrowed, like a storm of feelings fought for space in his chest. "I love the shop," he said finally, softly. "I love you. And the food. And the customers." He paused. "But I don't know if that's all I'm supposed to be." Mr. Ping's feathers settled. His eyes looked older than usual. "You're my son," he said quietly. "That's all I need you to be." Po smiled. Small. Grateful. "I'm just figuring it out," he said. Mr. Ping nodded. They sat like that for a while, father and son, bowls of soup between them, the scent of home wrapping around the moment. I didn't speak. There was nothing to add. But I understood the weight of legacy. The pull of tradition. And the ache of stepping away from it. Po was at the beginning of that path. He didn't know where it led. But he was walking it anyway. And I had decided to walk beside him for a little while, at least. Chapter 12, Discipline by Dessert. Another day. Another lesson. The sky was clear, blue as polished jade, and the air held that late morning warmth that made everything feel slower. Po and I stood just outside the village, where the grass grew wild and the ground was even enough for what I had planned. Po stretched lazily, arms above his head, yawning so wide I thought his jaw might unhinge. "So," he mumbled, blinking the sleep from his eyes, "what's on the menu today? Forest sprints? Bear wrestling? Maybe another sprint for mysterious international food I've never heard of." "No." He blinked. "Oh. Then what?" I knelt down, silent, and pulled out a wooden bowl with a lid. The sides of the bowl were frosted cool vapor curling out from beneath the edge. Po's eyes narrowed, instantly alert. "What's that?" I didn't answer. I set the bowl down on the grass. Slowly, purposefully, I lifted the lid. Inside was a scoop of perfectly rounded vanilla ice cream drizzled with caramel, crowned with crushed almonds, and already beginning to glisten under the sun. Po stared. I turned to him and pointed at the ground. "Get into push-up position. Face down. Ice cream beneath you." He blinked again. "Wait, what? You want to build strength? Start with push-ups. "Okay, sure, I get that," he said, dropping down into a clumsy push-up position. "But what's the ice cream for?" I raised a brow. "Motivation. Motivation. You do one push-up, you get one lick." Po's eyes widened like I had just offered him enlightenment in dairy form. "Wait. Are you serious?" I said nothing. Just took out a small wooden spoon and gently, very gently scooped a bit of the melting vanilla and let it drip tantalizingly back onto the scoop. His tongue involuntarily slipped out. "Okay. Okay, I'm in." He grunted and lowered his body toward the ground, arms trembling already. His nose was inches from the surface of the ice cream. Lick, I said. He did. It was slow. Dramatic. Reverent. Push back up. He groaned but did it. This is, actually kinda hard. Again. Down. Lick. Up. Again. After the 5th push-up, he started panting. After the 8th, his elbows wobbled. By the 10th, his nose nearly collided with the dessert. Okay, time out, he wheezed, flopping sideways into the grass. That's evil. That's like actual evil. You put a cold miracle in front of me and only let me taste it in exchange for torture. Discipline, I corrected. Torture, he countered. He lay there, arms sprawled, eyes on the sky. Man, he breathed. I used to think Kung Fu was just about fancy moves. Like, cool kicks and spinning through the air. Maybe dramatic posing in the moonlight. But this is what builds your foundation, I said. Strength without focus is wasted. Desire without control is weakness. He looked up at me. You sound like you've done this before. I looked away. My voice dropped. I've done this longer than I should have. He went quiet. Then, after a moment, he sat up again and got back into position. Okay. One more. Just one. I can feel my arms melting. Then earn it. He groaned as he dropped again, tongue outstretched like it was reaching for salvation. Lick. Push up. Collapse. Victory, he mumbled, face planted in the grass. Tastes like vanilla. I knelt down beside him and handed him the rest of the bowl. He looked at me, surprised. Wait, really? You earned it. Po grinned, wide and honest, and began devouring the melting dessert like it was his reward from the gods. After a few minutes, as the last spoonful disappeared, he leaned back on his elbows and sighed. You know, this is kinda amazing. I've never actually stuck with anything like this before. Not this long. I didn't answer. He looked over at me, his expression more serious. Why are you helping me, anyway? I met his eyes. He wouldn't understand the real answer. Not fully. But I spoke anyway. Because I've seen people chase greatness with hollow hearts. And I've seen fools trip into greatness by accident. You have a little of both. But more than that, you're the first in a long time who runs not for power, but for purpose. He blinked slowly. Also, I added, watching you suffer for ice cream is mildly entertaining. He laughed. Loud. Unashamed. You're the weirdest teacher ever, he said, standing and brushing off his shorts. Weird, mysterious, probably hiding a tragic backstory, but I'm glad you're here. I nodded once. As we started heading back toward the village, the sky glowing with afternoon light, I couldn't help but think how far he'd come already. Still clumsy. Still loud. But beneath that stronger. Bit by bit. And maybe, just maybe, I was getting something out of this too. Chapter 13, The Scroll Beckons. I woke before dawn. The shop was silent, the world outside still painted in blue shadows. From my place on the woven mat upstairs, I could hear Po's breathing steady, rhythmic, the kind of deep sleep earned only through exhaustion and dreams. I stood, stretched, and quietly padded across the wooden floor, each footfall soft as memory. Downstairs, the shop's hearth had long gone cold, but the air still carried the scent of noodles and fried garlic embedded deep in the wooden walls. Familiar now. Comforting in a strange way. I was halfway through setting the tables when I heard creaking footsteps above. Po descended, hair matted and eyes still half-lidded, rubbing one with the back of his paw. You're up early, he mumbled, voice still laced with sleep. You're late, I replied simply. He blinked. Then chuckled, walking toward the counter. Guess we're really doing this, huh? Noodle warriors in the morning, Kung Fu legends by night. I didn't answer. Together, we served the morning customers. Po carried bowls with surprising steadiness now, his steps more purposeful. I handed out chopsticks and took coins. The flow of business moved like a river, light conversation, laughter, steam rising from hot broth. It was almost peaceful. But peace rarely lingers. When the last customer finally slurped his final noodle and stepped outside, I noticed something shift in the rhythm of the village. There was a buzz in the air, whispers, excited murmurs, paws pointing toward the center of the street. We stepped outside together, squinting into the sunlight. That's when we saw it. A large poster had been nailed to the town message board, fluttering gently in the breeze. Po leaned forward. What does it say? Can you read it? I nodded. Today, at sunset, Master Oogway will choose the Dragon Warrior, I read aloud. My voice felt oddly heavy, as if speaking the words made the future more solid. At the Jade Palace. Po went completely still. For a long breath, he didn't say anything. Just stared at the parchment like it might vanish if he blinked. Then, oh, wow! He turned to me, eyes wide, almost trembling. That's today. I nodded once. Today. Yes. Wow. I have to, I need to see this. I need to go. What if I'm not chosen, but I see the one who is and learn something? What if I meet Master Oogway and he looks into my soul and... Po. Mr. Ping's voice cut across the courtyard. We both turned. The old goose emerged from the back of the shop, pushing a large, squeaky-wheeled noodle cart stacked with clean bowls, bundles of green onions, and a pot that was still steaming from the fire. Don't forget this, Mr. Ping said brightly. It's a big day. The whole valley will be there and we need customers. Po's jaw dropped. Wait, what? Mr. Ping patted the cart lovingly. It's perfect. You can sell noodles on the way to the palace. Make sure people eat before and after the ceremony. We'll triple our business. Po looked at me helplessly. Then back to his father. You want me to sell noodles at the Dragon Warrior ceremony? Mr. Ping blinked. Of course. But what if I miss the choosing? What if I was meant to see something incredible and instead I'm ladling broth into a bowl? Mr. Ping gave him a gentle but firm look. Po, you have responsibilities. Our name is on this cart. You must represent us. Po groaned, deflating visibly. I stepped forward. I'll help him. Mr. Ping tilted his head. You will. Po glanced over at me, surprised. I nodded. Mr. Ping seemed satisfied. Well. There's nothing more dependable than death and my son serving noodles side by side. Po muttered something unintelligible and started pushing the cart. Let's go, I guess, he said, voice somewhere between despair and anticipation. The path to the Jade Palace climbed up and up, winding past trees and stone steps. The sky was beginning to stretch toward noon, and even in the distance we could hear the sound of drums and bustling activity, preparations, decorations, people pouring into the valley for what could be the most important day in years. Beside me, Po walked in silence, the cartwheels creaking beneath his paws. But every now and then, I'd catch him glancing toward the towering palace. Eyes filled with something between dread and destiny. He didn't know what was coming. Neither did I. But I felt it, humming at the edges of the moment. Something was about to change. Chapter 14, The Long Way Up. The path narrowed after the first hill. Cobblestone shifted under our steps, flanked by red paper lanterns gently swaying in the wind. We were walking among a crowd of villagers' boars, geese, goats, even a few tortoises hobbling with surprising eagerness, all moving in the same direction, all heading toward the promise of something great. Toward the Jade Palace. It wasn't long before we reached the foot of the stairs. And Po stopped. He craned his neck upward, eyes stretching wide. I followed his gaze. The stairs went on forever. Stone steps carved into the mountainside, winding and coiling and climbing until they vanished into the clouds above like some ancient dragon frozen in place. Ornate railings wrapped around the edges, carved with lotus blossoms and old tiger script. At the very top, just barely visible, stood the silhouette of the Jade Palace, majestic, still, watching. "Oh, no," Po whispered. I didn't respond. That's impossible." He pointed upward with a trembling paw. "That's like 1,000,000 steps." "More like 1,500, I corrected quietly. Po looked at me in disbelief. "That's supposed to help." I walked forward and placed a hand on the cart. "Come on. If you start complaining now, we'll never make it." He sighed so deeply I half expected his lungs to collapse. With a grunt, he placed both paws on the wooden handles of the noodle cart and began to push. The wheels groaned in protest against the uneven stone. Each step echoed. The crowd pressed around us at first, everyone buzzing with excitement. Children hopped up the lower stairs, laughing and racing. A cluster of rabbits sang a folk song off-key. For a moment, it felt like a festival. But stairs have a way of humbling everyone. By the third turn in the path, the crowd thinned. By the fifth, the singing stopped. By the seventh, the children were being carried. By the 10th, only a handful remained and none of them were pushing a cart. Po huffed and puffed, sweat darkening the fur on his brow. His legs wobbled with each step, and he had to keep leaning into the cart to keep it from rolling back down. I walked beside him. Not in a hurry. Just, watching. This path. This climb. It was more than literal. Even now, I wasn't sure why I walked beside him. I wasn't his guardian. I wasn't some chosen guide. But there was something about watching him struggle, watching him try, that pulled at something in me. He could give up. He had a dozen chances already. Could have stopped. Could have turned around. But he didn't. I didn't admire it, not yet. But I noticed. Po grunted again, pulling the cart up another 3 steps before collapsing against it. I think I just saw my soul leave my body," he groaned. I raised an eyebrow. "Then call it back." "This is cruel and unusual punishment," he said, gasping. "I'm sweating through my bones." I sat down on one of the steps, cross-legged. "You can stop if you want." He looked up at me, wheezing. "What? No. No way. We're close." I tilted my head. "Are we?" He looked around. The steps now wound sharply up, curling around the side of the cliff. The trees had thinned out. The birds had stopped chirping. The sound of the village was long behind us now, just wind, silence, and the faint shimmer of drums in the far-off distance. There was still so much left to climb. Po wiped his forehead and slumped against the cart, eyes fluttering closed for just a second too long. "I'm gonna die," he said dramatically. "Right here. On this step." "No," I said calmly, "you're going to climb." He groaned again. I stood. "Every step you take, you hate it more. But when you look back, it'll be worth it." "Easy for you to say," he muttered. "You're not hauling a rolling death trap up a mountain." I turned and began walking up the next steps. No encouragement. No judgment. Just forward. After a moment, I heard the squeaking wheels again. Po grumbling under his breath. muttering things about stairs being invented by sadists. But he followed. Step by step, the world behind us shrank. We passed small stone lanterns, weathered by wind. Old prayer flags. A bench where a pair of turtles had stopped to nap. Even the remaining crowd had thinned, some had run ahead, most had stopped to rest. But we kept going. By the time we reached the last curve of the stairs, the cart's wheels were screeching, and Po was wheezing louder than the wind. And then the steps leveled out. We emerged into a clearing at the top of the world. Po stumbled forward and collapsed dramatically on the ground, arms splayed. Stairs defeated me. I didn't say anything. Ahead of us stood the great gate to the Jade Palace. Towering, gold-tipped, carved with legends. Two tall drums flanked the entryway, already being struck in rhythm. The great square in front of the palace was filled with a huge crowd of spectators, all gathering for the ceremony. Banners flapped. Monks stood in lines. Po sat up, his chest heaving. Then he looked forward. And for a second, he forgot the pain. All that effort, all that struggle, it shrank beneath the awe stretching across his face. This is it, he whispered. I didn't nod. Didn't respond. But I felt it too. Whatever this day would bring, it had begun. Chapter 15, No Way In. The gates closed. Just like that. A deep gong rang out as the great wooden doors of the Jade Palace slammed shut, the final creak echoing across the mountain peak like a sentence delivered. The crowd outside collectively groaned, shuffling forward a few steps in disbelief. But there was no budging those ancient gates. Po was frozen beside me, his mouth ajar, his paws gripping the handles of the noodle cart like he'd just been shot. No, 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 no. He darted forward, pushing past a trio of boars, trying to peek through a small crack between the ornate doors. The guards inside didn't notice him. Or if they did, they didn't care. The courtyard beyond was filled with thunderous drums and ceremonial music, drowning out any shouting. Po pounded the wood with both paws. Let me in. I climbed the whole mountain. I have noodles. No answer. A goose with a feathered parasol stepped in front of the crack Po was using to peek through. Excuse me, he muttered, trying to crane his neck around. The goose glanced back at him, scoffed, and shifted even closer to the gap. Po whirled around and grabbed my arm. What do we do? What do I do? I have to see this. I don't know, I said truthfully. Because I didn't. I knew what was supposed to happen vaguely. Bits and pieces stirred at the edges of my thoughts. The ceremony. The selection. The dragon scroll. But none of that told me how to help a noodle vendor get past a locked door. Po started pacing. Okay, think. There's gotta be something. He looked up. Then further up. Above the gates, the palace towered, its eaves stretching like wings into the sky. A thin trail of bamboo scaffolding ran up the side wall left over from maintenance, maybe. And just to the right, a sloping hill filled with old storage huts. I could see his brain working. And it wasn't subtle. No, I said, before he even opened his mouth. But what if? No. I just want to see it. Not interrupt anything. He didn't wait for my permission. He darted toward one of the bamboo poles that slanted up toward the upper wall, ignoring the shouts from a couple of elders nearby. His weight made the whole thing creak alarmingly, but he was surprisingly nimble. Driven by sheer desperation. I followed at a walk. Slowly. He reached the middle of the slope and tried to peer into the courtyard again, only to have a rhino bodyguard shift right into his line of sight. Come on! Why is everyone so tall? From the base of the bamboo pole, I looked up. This isn't going to work. Okay, he gasped, already shimmying down again, so that wasn't ideal. But I've got a backup. The way he said that made me sigh. When Po reappeared, he was dragging something. A chair. A slightly busted one. Strapped to it with twine and hopeful stupidity were a string of firecrackers bundled tight, with a long curling fuse dangling like a tail behind it. He looked far too pleased with himself. "What is that?" I asked, already knowing. "My ticket up," he beamed. "It's genius, right? I light the fuse, the firecrackers blast, boom, I'm in the air, and I see everything." I looked at the chair. Then at the firecrackers. Then at him. "You'll explode." Nair, he patted the wood. I reinforced the legs with, twigs. "And hope." I stared at him. He stared back, grinning. Then he held out a paw. "You want in?" I looked at the mess of kindling and flammable nonsense and didn't even pretend to hesitate. "No." "Suit yourself," he shrugged, dragging it out toward the clearing. I walked alongside him, but gave the chair a wide berth. Po positioned it carefully near the edge of the cliff, where the mountain winds howled past like distant wolves. He settled into it, breathing fast, eyes shining with a mix of nerves and excitement. Then he pulled out a match. "Okay, okay." He struck it. It flared to life. The fuse caught. A hiss. Then a sputtering shriek as the firecrackers began to burn faster than I think even he expected. Oh no, oh. The chair rocketed upward in a blaze of sparks and smoke, spinning wildly as it lifted off the ground like a possessed festival float. Po screamed not in fear, but in this chaotic, delighted panic that only he could manage. Whoa! The chair spun toward the wall of the Jade Palace. At the same moment, I took 2 steps forward, placed a foot against the stone bricks, and launched myself up. 1 bound. Then another. I gripped a ledge with a claw, vaulted, then landed silently atop the outer wall just as the smoking remains of Po's chair arced through the air and slammed into the edge of the courtyard. There was a pause. A thump. And then the unmistakable sound of a large panda belly flopping into the ceremony square. I crouched on the wall, watching through the smoke as stunned monks and masters turned toward the crater now embedded in the palace courtyard. Po groaned from the center of it, limbs splayed. For a moment, there was only silence. Then the drums stopped. Chapter 16, The Finger That Chose. I leapt down the wall. The moment I landed, dust spiraled up around me from the crater Po had made. I felt every eye turn. It didn't matter. I pushed past startled guards and dazed spectators, my feet silent against the stone as I crossed the courtyard and dropped to one knee beside him. Po! He groaned softly, his face scrunched in confusion, the fur around his head singed a little, his whiskers uneven from the firecracker blast. "Am I dead?" he muttered, barely cracking one eye open. "No," I said, scanning him quickly for broken bones. "But you're very close to being deaf." He blinked. Then both eyes snapped open. "Did I? Wait, am I? Did it work?" Before I could answer, I heard them. Footsteps. Roped, disciplined, measured. I straightened and stepped back as a small group approached us. The Furious Five stood just a few feet away, arms folded, expressions unreadable. Tigress was front and center, her gaze as sharp as the sun cutting through cloud. Crane and Viper flanked her. Monkey tilted his head. Mantis raised a brow. They all looked at Po like he was a very large, very inconvenient mistake. Then they moved aside. And silence followed. A gentle tapping sound echoed across the courtyard. Tap, tap, tap. The crowd parted. Master Oogway. He walked slowly, leaning on his staff, his shell catching the morning light like a mirror of the heavens. His expression was unreadable, as if he were watching the leaves fall before the wind even stirred. And in that silence, even the birds above seemed to hush. Po was still on the ground, trying to scramble upright, when Oogway came to a stop. Then he raised one clawed finger. It pointed right at Po. Po stared, wide-eyed, panting. Me. He looked left, saw tigress. He moved to the side. Oogway's finger followed. He moved again. So did the finger. Then, gently, the old tortoise smiled. The universe has brought us the dragon warrior. There was no dramatic flair. No fireworks. Just those calm, unshakable words. And the courtyard erupted. I stepped back as cheers exploded around us, a wave of disbelief and celebration cresting through the monks and villagers gathered. Po looked stunned, his arms frozen halfway up in protest. I think you're mistaken, he said quickly, glancing around. I can't be the dragon warrior. I sell noodles. From somewhere in the crowd, a large pig with a tusked grin shouted, he's the one. Master Oogway chose him. Before Po could protest again, 3 boars rushed forward and hoisted him into the air. Wait! He flailed as they carried him on a wooden platform hastily grabbed from the crowd. He looked down at me, panic in his eyes. I didn't mean to land in here. I raised a hand in a vague wave as he was swept away in the celebration. Tigress turned toward Master Oogway. Her voice was calm, but behind her words I could feel something buried, something that almost sounded like disbelief. Are you certain? Oogway nodded slowly. There are no accidents. Monkey scratched the back of his neck. I mean, technically there was a pretty big accident. That led us here, Oogway said gently, eyes crinkling. Viper opened her mouth, then closed it. I stayed silent, watching as Po was paraded around like a victory prize, his arms flopping as he called down to the crowd, seriously. I'm not even trained. I bruise if I think too hard. The celebration didn't slow. If anything, it picked up speed. Music returned. Someone threw flower petals. A few of them landed on my shoulder. I brushed them off, expression neutral. Because somewhere in my mind, I knew this moment was the hinge. The world turned here. This courtyard. This choice. This ridiculous panda who, in another life, would have been nothing more than an animated joke on a screen. And yet, here he was. Chosen by a master who saw something deeper. I turned away from the crowd and stepped back into the shadow of the courtyard wall, exhaling slowly. The Dragon Warrior. Of course it was him. Chapter 17, The Hall of Echoes. They set me down gently. Okay, maybe gently was a stretch. I think one of them dropped their end a little too soon and I nearly rolled off the wooden board. Still, before I could object or escape or scream that this had to be a mistake, I was inside. Inside the Jade Palace. The giant doors closed behind me with a thud that felt like destiny slamming shut. I stood frozen in the entrance hall, my paws pressed into the polished stone floor, my eyes scanning everything. Statues of legendary warriors lined the halls, gleaming under shafts of golden sunlight. Silk banners, stitched with ancient calligraphy, swayed gently above. The very air tasted sacred. It was like stepping into a dream. A dream I had no business being in. I turned slowly, taking it all in. There was the mural of the legendary Battle of the Flaming Mountain. There was the shrine to the Thousand Scrolls. I recognized it. I remembered that scene. That moment. My mouth fell open. That's the actual Chi Temple schematic. They only showed that in Legends of Awesomeness. Death leaned against one of the stone pillars, arms folded. He'd somehow made his way in without anyone questioning it. No surprise there, he moved with the kind of quiet confidence that said, "I belong anywhere I stand." I walked toward him, unable to hide the awe in my voice. "This place, it's real." I mean, I knew it was real now, but actually being here, seeing the details, the lacquered floors, the jade lion heads, the incense holders carved from solid emerald, this stuff's not just rare, it's one of a kind. Death tilted his head slightly. "It impresses you?" "Of course it impresses me." I waved my arms. "This is like the shrine of every kung fu fan's dreams. Do you see that mural? That's the original 10 Strikes of Thunder hoof. The scrolls in that alcove could probably give me paper cuts that teach me wisdom." He didn't laugh. But I thought I saw the corner of his mouth twitch. Then I heard footsteps. They didn't echo like the guards' boots or the shuffle of villagers. These were deliberate. Sharp. Laced with controlled disdain. Shifu entered the hall with his hands behind his back, robes flowing, expression unreadable. His presence instantly changed the temperature of the room. Like someone had opened a window and let the mountain wind sweep in. He stopped a few paces from me and looked up. Not because he had to, but because it made it feel like I was being judged. And oh, I was. "You are not the dragon warrior," Shifu said coldly. I blinked. Yeah, I figured. I mean, clearly a mistake, right? Pretty funny though. Bet the universe is laughing pretty hard right now, hey. He didn't respond to the joke. Instead, he turned away. "You will quit by tomorrow," he said. Oogway may have made his choice, but I refuse to train a joke. My breath caught. He didn't even look at me when he said it. Like I wasn't even worth wasting a proper scolding on. "Wait," I started, but he was already walking away, his footsteps vanishing into the high silence of the palace. The huge doors behind him closed with another echoing thud. I just stood there, mouth half open, the words stuck in my throat. I turned to Death. He was still where he'd been, eyes shadowed, expression unreadable. "That was Master Shifu," I said, like he didn't know. "He's supposed to be the greatest trainer in the whole valley. In all of China." Death said nothing. I rubbed the back of my neck. "He hates me." "You don't need his approval," Death said simply. "Yeah," I muttered. "But it kinda helps when someone doesn't want to throw you off the Jade Palace stairs." Silence stretched between us. I sighed and dropped down onto a low bench, my shoulders sagging under the invisible weight of every statue watching me from their pedestals. "What am I even doing here?" I asked aloud. Death didn't answer. I think maybe he didn't know. Or maybe he did and he was just waiting for me to figure it out. Chapter 18, We Were Warriors First. The hall had quieted. The firecrackers were long spent, the crowd dispersing with murmurs of awe and disbelief trailing into the distance. But behind the closed doors of the Jade Palace, the Furious Five stood in a loose formation, silent, unsettled. Tigress stood in front, arms folded tightly, her gaze locked on the courtyard where it all happened. Po. A panda. A civilian. Named the Dragon Warrior. Her jaw tensed. He had fallen from the sky, quite literally. Through flame, noise, and chaos, he had crashed into destiny, her destiny. The one she had trained for, bled for, dedicated her entire life to since the day she first stood on this sacred stone floor. All of it, gone. Replaced by a panda with a noodle cart. I still don't get it, Mantis muttered, antennae twitching. None of us do, Crane said, his tone hushed, as though afraid even speaking about it would make it more real. Monkey offered a half shrug, clearly uncomfortable. Maybe Master Oogway saw something we couldn't. He saw someone land in front of him by accident, Tigress snapped. It wasn't skill. It was luck. Stupidity. Stupidity that got him chosen, Viper murmured, watching her. Tigress's eyes flashed. She turned on her heel, pacing a few steps. He doesn't belong here. This place is sacred. That role is sacred. You think Master Oogway was wrong? Monkey asked quietly. Tigress didn't answer. She didn't need to. The silence between them said enough. From deeper inside the palace, the sound of Shifu's footsteps echoed. He passed them without so much as a glance, his face unreadable, heading straight for the inner training chambers. He didn't acknowledge the five. He was like stone. He's furious, Mantis said under his breath. He's disappointed, Tigress corrected. And that makes two of us, Monkey added, softer this time. Viper shifted on her feet. So what now? Do we train with him? Tigress let out a short breath. We train as we always have. He'll leave. Maybe even tonight. And if not, then soon. Still, Crane said slowly, I've never seen Master Oogway point like that. Not with hesitation. There was a brief silence as the wind stirred the banners above them. Then Tigress looked back at the cracked tiles where Po had landed. No one can crash into greatness, she said. No matter how lucky they are. Po's POV that night. I sat near the edge of the guest quarters, legs dangling over the balcony, looking out over the Valley of Peace. The stars blinked high above like they were winking at me, mocking me just a little. It all still felt like a dream. A weird one. The kind where your body's heavy and your mouth's dry and you're not sure whether to laugh or cry. I mean, I'm in the Jade Palace. The actual Jade Palace. The scrolls, the artifacts, the torches on the walls, it was all real. And somehow, so was the part where Master Oogway pointed at me. I buried my face in my paws. What is even happening right now? I remembered Death, how he had shown up right after the ceremony, said nothing, just nodded once and turned to leave. He probably saw all this coming. He was always quiet like that. Maybe he already knew I wasn't meant to stay here. Or maybe he was just being polite. Honestly, part of me wished he hadn't left. He made things feel a little more grounded. The wind blew gently, carrying the faint sound of villagers still talking about the day's events. The sound didn't comfort me. I turned, walking back into the room where everything was so tidy, so sacred, I was afraid to even breathe too loud. These walls were made for warriors, not for noodle guys who launched themselves with fireworks and accidentally landed in history. I rubbed my face. This is insane. They're going to kick me out tomorrow. They have to. This isn't real. But it was. I had seen Tigress's glare. I had seen Shifu's stare. If looks could throw you off a mountain, I'd be halfway down by now. Still, there was something else. A spark, maybe. Deep in my chest. Because despite the embarrassment, despite how much I clearly didn't belong, a part of me still wanted to try. Even if just to say I had. Chapter 19, the first step is always the hardest. Po's POV. The courtyard of the Jade Palace was silent at dawn. The sun hadn't yet peeked over the valley ridge, but I was already awake barely. My body felt like it had been stuffed in a dumpling press, then rolled down a mountain. Still, I was here. Standing in the same courtyard I used to stare at from the streets below. I tried to soak it in the lanterns swaying softly, the polished stone beneath my feet, the stillness. Then the door opened. Shifu stepped out, his expression unreadable. His presence was sharp, like a blade that had been honed for decades. Behind him, the furious five followed, silent and precise. They moved with the grace of people who'd lived every second for this moment. Unlike me. I straightened up, nearly tripping over my own feet. Good morning, Master Shifu. Shifu didn't respond at first. He stopped in front of me, arms folded. Your training begins now, he said flatly. If you last until midday, consider it an achievement. I blinked. Midday. Got it. Easy. He raised one brow. You think it'll be easy? No. No. I meant. I'll try not to die. Try harder, he said, and turned. Let's begin. The first task was a warm-up. Or at least that's what Shifu called it. 50 laps around the palace. I looked up at the perimeter, which was roughly the size of a small country. Right, I muttered, then started jogging. By lap 4, I was wheezing. By lap 10, I was questioning every decision I had ever made. By lap 22, Tigress passed me without even glancing. She was on lap 75. Probably. When I finally finished, I collapsed near the wall. I was sweating from places I didn't know could sweat. Shifu stood over me, unimpressed. This was the warm-up. I noticed, I panted. Next came the balance drills. The Furious Five moved through beams suspended over koi ponds with elegance. I did not. I fell in 3 times. Once while standing still. Every mistake echoed. Every misstep felt heavier under their eyes. And Shifu didn't say a word of encouragement. Finally, during a break, I collapsed beside Monkey, who handed me a towel. You're, doing great, he said awkwardly. Liar, I groaned. He chuckled. A little. But you're trying. That's something. Tigress stood nearby, arms folded, eyes watching me like I was an uninvited guest at a sacred ritual. Trying, she muttered. That's all he's doing. I sat up a little. I get it, okay? I'm not what you expected. But I didn't ask for this either. She said nothing. Master Oogway chose you, Viper said gently, trying to ease the tension. No, Tigress cut in. He pointed. That's not the same as being chosen. I looked down. They weren't wrong. But they also weren't the ones lying in bed last night, hearing a voice inside whisper, try anyway. I took a breath, steadying myself. Can we keep going? I asked. Shifu raised a brow. You're still conscious? Surprising. Later that day, Death's POV. I was stacking bowls behind the counter of Mr. Ping's shop, hands moving out of habit while my mind wandered. The place smelled of broth, oil, and firewood. Morning rush was over. A few lingering customers slurped quietly at the corner tables. Mr. Ping was humming while sorting vegetables when a passing goose called out, "Did you hear? The panda fainted during training." Mr. Ping's head popped up like a startled chick. Fainted. The goose chuckled. He's training with Master Shifu now. It's all anyone can talk about. Not 10 hours and he's already passed out twice. The words hit Mr. Ping like a gust of wind. Shifu? As in that Shifu? He asked, waddling over to me. Did you know this? That Po is training at the palace. I didn't answer at first. I dried my hands, set down the last bowl, and nodded once. He wanted it, I said simply. Mr. Ping blinked. But he's not a fighter. He's a noodle maker. He's also a dreamer, I replied, and turned back to the counter. There was a long silence. He's my son, Mr. Ping said, his voice low. Even if I didn't hatch him. I don't want him hurt. I looked down at the countertop. He will be, I said. But it'll be worth it. Mr. Ping didn't say anything after that. He just looked out the shop door, toward the mountains where the Jade Palace stood high and shining against the sky. Chapter 20, Pain is the First Lesson. Pose POV. I woke up feeling like I'd gone 5 rounds with a mountain. And lost. Every muscle screamed in protest as I sat up in the simple sleeping quarters they'd given me. The stone walls were clean and quiet, but I missed the clutter and warmth of home. The air here felt colder. Sharper. Still, I got up. I had to. Yesterday had been a disaster. I fumbled, tripped, wheezed, sweated through the entire session, and still somehow wasn't dead. That was a win. Right? After a brief, awkward breakfast of rice porridge and silence, I followed Shifu out into the courtyard. The Furious Five stood already assembled, perfectly spaced, and still. They didn't look tired. Or nervous. Or even curious. They just looked ready. Shifu looked at me, then gestured toward the center of the courtyard. You're going to fight? Fight. I blinked. You mean, spar? With who? Shifu raised a single claw and pointed to Tigress. With her. I paled. Tigress. I squeaked. Unless you'd prefer to leave. No. Fine. Sure. Let's fight. First, Tigress. Tigress stepped forward, not even cracking her neck or anything. She didn't need to. She radiated confidence. I stood awkwardly, hands raised like I thought martial artists should. She didn't waste time. The first hit was a blur. She swept my legs and I landed flat on my back. Pain flared through my spine. Ow. Okay. Great. Let's go again. We went again. And again. And again. Each time, I barely saw her coming. Every move was precise and fast, too fast. She knocked the wind out of me, twisted me into the floor, and spun away like a ghost before I could react. After the 5th fall, Shifu clapped once. Enough. I lay there wheezing. Tigress didn't even look winded. Next. Then, Monkey. Monkey was more playful. He grinned at me before we started and made a goofy face. I almost liked him for that. Then he moved. And I immediately regretted my trust. He flipped over me, kicked me in the back, bounced off the wall, and sent me spinning like a top. I landed face first in the gravel, which now lived in my mouth. Good try, he said cheerfully. I think my teeth are backwards, I muttered. Next, Crane. Crane was elegant. But deceptive. He didn't look strong, but every time his wings touched me, I stumbled. One well-placed flap of air had me tumbling backward across the courtyard like a broken kite. By now, I had bruises on my bruises. Then, Mantis. Mantis was tiny. Surely that would be different. It was not. I barely registered the hit before I was flat again. Pressure points, Mantis explained with a shrug. Sorry, big guy. Finally, Viper. I stood up slowly. I'd been knocked down 5 times now. Sweat ran down my back, my fur was matted, and I felt dizzy. Last one, Shifu said flatly. Viper slithered forward, coiling herself into position. I'll go easy, she offered kindly. Thanks, I said, trying to smile. The fight started better than the others. I dodged her first swipe barely and even managed to stay on my feet longer than I had with Tigress. But then, she spun, flicked her tail, and tried to tag my side. I twisted at the last second, and her tail hit my chest instead hard. Too hard. The world tilted. I stumbled, my arms flailing. My feet scrambled for balance, but they found nothing. I felt the edge beneath me vanish. And I was falling. Death's POV. I'd been walking toward the Jade Palace for the third time that week, a basket of buns in hand. I wasn't here to visit. Not really. I told myself I was just checking in. But I was watching. I wanted to see what he would do next. The wind shifted. My ears twitched. Then I heard the thud. A body hitting the ground at speed. My eyes shot upward. And there he was, Po, tilting backward at the edge of the grand stairway, flailing wildly. Without thought, I dropped the basket. I ran. My feet barely touched the ground. My hands shot out, grabbing him by the wrist just as he pitched over the edge. His full weight yanked my arm, but I held firm. Po's eyes went wide. "Death," he shouted. Oh, thank you." I hauled him up and back with a grunt, dropping him on his butt beside me. His heart was racing, I could hear it. He looked stunned, breathing in short gasps. "You almost died," I said calmly, staring at him. "Yeah," he breathed. "Yeah, I noticed." Viper slithered down toward us, eyes full of concern. "Po. I didn't mean to, it was supposed to be gentle." Po waved her off. It's okay. Just a little, falling." I looked at Shifu, who had remained silent this whole time. His eyes met mine. There was no guilt in them. No apology. Only calculation. I didn't like that. Po looked up at me. "Thanks again. You always show up at the right moment, hey." I didn't answer. Because I knew he was right. And it was starting to bother me. Why? Kung Fu, what if I was death? Chapter 21, Words in the Wind. Death's POV. The sun was beginning to lower, casting long shadows over the Jade Palace courtyard. The wind whistled between the pillars, stirring the edges of banners and robes. The scent of crushed gravel still lingered from where Po had landed, and he was now sitting cross-legged with a bowl of warm soup brought by Viper, who apologized again and again. But I didn't look at Po anymore. I looked at Shifu. He stood beside the entrance of the training hall, arms behind his back, like nothing had happened. Like the last hour hadn't included a barely controlled sparring session, 5 consecutive beatdowns, and 1 nearly fatal fall. I walked toward him slowly. Not aggressively. Not yet. The gravel crunched softly under my boots. He didn't look at me until I was right in front of him. "You wanted him to fall." His brow twitched, but he kept his voice calm. "I wanted him to learn." I tilted my head. "From a cracked skull. I knew you would catch him." That gave me pause. He said it like it was obvious. "You knew?" "Yes," he said, gaze finally meeting mine. "You watch him. You're always nearby." I stared at him. "That doesn't mean you gamble his life on it." "I did no such thing." His voice was calm. "That was an accident. Viper didn't intend to hit him hard. But accidents happen. And if he is truly to become the Dragon Warrior, he must face hardship." I stepped closer. "He's not a warrior yet. He must become one. Fast." "Why?" He didn't answer. "Not right away." He turned, facing the courtyard again, watching Po laugh at something Mantis said while still rubbing his sore side. "You don't understand. He's a civilian. Untrained. Undisciplined. Soft. The prophecy chose wrong." "Then blame the prophecy. Not him." Shifu's jaw tightened. I folded my arms. "He is trying. He showed up. He keeps showing up. That's more than most. He's not ready. Then train him. Don't break him." That silence again. Measured. Calculated. Finally, Shifu let out a breath, one clawed hand rubbing his chin. And what do you care? I didn't answer right away. Not because I didn't know, but because the words were heavy. He reminds me of someone, I said softly. Shifu glanced sideways at me. He waited. But I didn't say who. Instead, I looked toward Po again. He had sauce on his fur. He was laughing like nothing in the world mattered but the bowl in his hands and the people beside him. Someone that light shouldn't be thrown into the dark so fast. If you push him too hard, I said, you'll break something you can't fix. He needs pressure to grow. He needs a teacher, I countered, voice low. Not a hammer. That landed. I saw it. A slight shift in Shifu's shoulders. A moment of stillness. Regret? Doubt? It was brief. But it was there. He nodded once, almost to himself. He's not your responsibility, he said. Maybe not, I replied. But I'm here. And I'll be watching. Then I turned and walked away. Back toward the steps. Back toward the cold stone halls. I didn't look back. Po's POV later that night. I lay on my back in the tiny guest room the palace had given me, staring up at the ceiling beams. My arms hurt. My legs ached. My soul was tired. But my heart was, still beating. Barely. Still, that had to count for something. I thought about today. The fights. The bruises. The stares. And death. He caught me. Again. Every time I thought I was done for, he was there. I didn't know why. I didn't even know what he was exactly. He didn't talk much. Didn't show emotions. But when I looked in his eyes, I felt safer. Like I wasn't crazy for believing I could be more than I was. I turned over in bed. I'll do better tomorrow, I muttered to myself. Even if it kills me. Probably will. But still. Chapter 22, The Last Candle. Shifu's POV. The wind had changed. I stood still in the training yard long after Death left, the sound of gravel settling beneath his boots echoing in my ears. His words, they hung over me like a shadow. I didn't like being lectured. Especially not by someone who didn't understand what was at stake. And yet, don't break him. That sentence refused to leave me. It clung to me like morning frost, cold, quiet, and unmistakably present. Master Shifu. A voice broke the silence. It was urgent, high-pitched, and unmistakably out of place. Master Shifu, the voice repeated. I turned to see Zeng, a goose messenger, flapping down awkwardly into the courtyard. He was panting, scroll and wing, feathers slightly ruffled. A message, he puffed. From Master Oogway. He asks for your presence. Immediately. Said it was important. Zeng held out the scroll. It was blank. That was how he always did it. Thank you, I said softly, already turning toward the Hall of Wisdom. The hallway stretched long and quiet, the stone cold under my paws as I walked. I could already smell the incense. When I entered the hall, Oogway was there, as I expected. Standing slowly in front of a circle of candles. He wasn't meditating this time. He was blowing them out. One at a time. The sound of each breath was soft. Like the exhale of time itself. FFFFHH. Another candle dimmed. Oogway. I called gently. He didn't answer. He blew out another. Then another. Until only one remained. What troubles you, Master? He turned. Come closer, Shifu. I obeyed, coming to stand beside him. The final candle flickered between us. He looked at it for a long time, then said, "When the light goes out, so too does the illusion of safety." The hairs on the back of my neck bristled. "Master, what are you saying?" Oogway didn't answer. His eyes remained on the candle. I frowned and raised my hand. A flick of the wrist, a sharp breath through my palms, whoosh. The candle went out. And we stood in darkness. Oogway closed his eyes. "It is time, Shifu." My heart dropped. No. He will escape. No, master. We've taken precautions, extra guards, chains, scroll locks, enchanted cells. It is not enough. I backed away a step, disbelief creeping into my voice. You said the valley was safe. That he was gone, sealed. You said. I said he was. Now he will be no longer. Silence thickened between us. My fists clenched. The ground felt further beneath my feet. Then I'll stop him, I said. I'll double the guard. I'll send word to Kurgam prison. Oogway slowly nodded. Yes. Begin preparations. Tonight. I bowed low, deeper than I had in years. Then I turned sharply on my heel, heart pounding, chest tightening like old wounds resurfacing all at once. The courtyard outside felt too bright after that conversation. I found Zhang waiting where I left him, nervously pacing, feathers puffed in the cold. Zhang, I barked. You're flying to Kurgam prison. Right now. His beak dropped. Me. Yes. Deliver a message to Commander Vachir. Tell him to double the guard. Triple it if he must. Reinforce every gate. Every link. Every bar. No breaks. No gaps. Do you understand? Zhang blinked. What should I say? The reason is. I paused. The wind stirred again. Tell him the impossible is about to happen, I said darkly. And we must be ready. Zhang gulped. Right away, Master Shifu. And with that, he flapped off into the fading sky, leaving me in the courtyard alone. I looked back at the palace. The banners. The rooftops. The towers. The walls that had felt so strong this morning. They no longer seemed so sure. Chapter 23, The Morning After. POV, Shifu. Shifu stood at the threshold of Po's room, hand hovering above the door frame. His mind raced, the unsettling stillness in the air gnawing at him. The door creaked open, and for a moment, the sight of an empty room hit him like a cold wave. No Po. No signs of disturbance. Just the emptiness. He let out a soft breath, more to himself than anyone else. Po had been nothing short of a handful since his arrival. But to see the room vacant, it spoke volumes. Something was off. Had he really left? Was this yet another failure of his inability to properly mold this panda into what the world expected? The dragon warrior was supposed to be a savior. A hero. But so far, all Po had proven to be was an unpredictable, clumsy panda with a ridiculous appetite and no discernible skill for martial arts. Still. Master Shifu, I think we should. Viper's voice broke through his thoughts. Her soft tone was laced with concern, and Shifu, his gaze still trained on the empty room, didn't immediately respond. Instead, he sighed and stepped away from the door. Let's go, he muttered to his team. There's no sense in searching any longer. Tigress, ever the stoic, gave a small nod. The others followed, and soon the group moved silently down the hall. There was only one place Po would go after slipping away in the early hours of the morning. The training grounds. Shifu felt the growing tension in his chest as they approached the field. Something inside told him that whatever they found there, whatever Po had been doing, was not going to align with the expectations of the past few days. He was right. As they reached the training grounds, the sight before them stunned him. Po and Death. Death standing tall, his posture as unyielding as steel, his dark eyes keen and sharp, was instructing Po. The panda, sweat slicked and breathing hard, looked like a fish out of water. Every movement was awkward, disjointed. But there was something else. Shifu blinked, narrowing his eyes. Po, for all his bumbling and his wide-eyed enthusiasm, was trying. In this moment, Po had something that no one had ever seen before: determination. "Good morning." Po waved to them as he noticed their presence, voice filled with the same enthusiasm Shifu had long since stopped expecting. Tigress, her usual composure now gone, looked surprised. But there was a softness in her gaze when she caught sight of Po's smile. Shifu's lips pressed into a thin line. He stood quietly, arms folded, watching as Po caught his breath and Death stood beside him, silent, yet somehow commanding, his presence like the calm before a storm. The air felt different. Charged. Tigress was the first to step forward, and without hesitation, she picked up 2 small river stones from the training pile. She tossed them into the air in a single motion, her body flowing like a ripple in water. Without missing a beat, she leaped, spinning in the air, and kicked both stones toward trees on either side of her. They embedded with a soft thunk, the accuracy perfect. Po's eyes widened. "Whoa," he muttered, his voice filled with awe. "That was amazing." Death spoke then, his voice low and measured. "Your turn." Po's enthusiasm faltered for a moment. "Wait, what? I have to do that?" Tigress didn't answer. She simply stood back, her arms crossed, watching. Po picked up the stones hesitantly, trying to mimic her movements. He threw them high into the air, but his arms didn't move as fluidly as Tigress's. The arc was all wrong. His legs kicked out of rhythm. The stones plummeted to the ground as Po scrambled in the air to catch them. He fell. Hard. Shifu's eyes narrowed further, though the slightest smirk tugged at his mouth. Po's determination was genuine, but it was also painfully clear that Po wasn't quite ready for the physical prowess needed to become the dragon warrior. Po lay on the ground for a moment, breathing deeply as he tried to recover. "Tell me I looked cool," he called out from his back, his voice muffled, a goofy grin plastered across his face. Shifu didn't respond. Instead, he turned to Death, who remained silent, his gaze fixed on Po. "He's trying," Shifu muttered, the words thick with hesitation. "At least that's something." Death didn't answer, merely watching as Po sat up, rubbing the back of his head and groaning. It was hard not to feel pity for the panda. His spirit, his heart, were all in the right place, but his body? Not so much. "All right," Po finally said, pulling himself up with a grunt. "I got this. Let me try again." Shifu watched as Po, with a loud grunt, picked up the stones once more. He was unsteady on his feet, but determination shone brightly in his eyes. The panda would keep trying, keep pushing himself. But would it be enough? Tigress stepped forward, preparing to demonstrate again, but Shifu cut her off with a motion of his hand. "No," he said, his voice sharp but controlled. "Let him try again. He needs to find his own way, even if it means falling again." He watched Po, feeling a flicker of something, a mix of frustration, hope, and uncertainty. It wasn't enough. But it was something. Chapter 24, Breaking Free. POV, Tailong. The cold stone walls of the prison had always been a mockery of his captivity. Every inch of it reminded Tailong that he was meant for greatness, meant to rule, meant to be the dragon warrior. Yet here he was, chained, confined, forgotten. At least that was until the plan he had been working on for years finally came to fruition. He could feel the weight of his shackles, the iron digging into his wrists, but it no longer mattered. His body, sculpted by years of rigorous training, was ready. He was ready. The guards had always been foolish, too sure of their own security to suspect that someone like Tailong, who had brought fear to every corner of the land, could be contained so easily. But today, that was going to change. Tailong had spent weeks, maybe months, biding his time. His cell was his world, his universe, a place of silent meditation and patience. He had studied every crack, every shift in the stone, every movement of the guards. They thought they were in control, but they had no idea what he had planned. The moment came in the dead of night, as the guards changed shifts. Their footsteps echoed down the stone corridors, distant and muffled. Tailong had anticipated this. Slowly, methodically, he moved his arms, still bound in chains, and he reached for the hidden sharp object in the corner of his cell. It was a shard of stone, worn and cracked, yet razor-sharp enough to slice through the flimsy bindings around his wrists. With a swift motion, he sliced through the chains, the metal snapping like twigs under the pressure. The freedom was intoxicating. He flexed his fingers for the first time in years, relishing in the sensation of having full control of his body. His muscles rippled beneath his fur as he stood, his posture straightening, the tension of captivity lifting from his chest. The door to his cell was just a few feet away. Tailong had spent enough time studying the guards' routines to know this was the moment he would make his move. He crept to the door, listening carefully. The clatter of keys, the sound of shuffling feet. The guards were just beyond, unaware of the predator lurking in the shadows. His tail swished in anticipation, every muscle in his body tensed and ready to strike. Tailong kicked the door open, swiftly and quietly, as the guards were still busy with their rounds. He darted into the hallway, his body a blur of motion, moving swiftly like a shadow. His instincts guided him as he navigated the maze of hallways, avoiding the occasional patrol. Every step took him closer to freedom. He could hear the distant howls of the wolves, the heavy breathing of the guards as they finally realized their mistake. But it was too late. He reached the outer gate, the final barrier standing between him and the world outside. The guards, now alert, rushed to intercept him, but they were slow, too slow. Tailong's body surged forward, his claws extending like the blades of a sword. He struck with precision, knocking the guards aside as if they were nothing more than leaves in the wind. The gate stood tall and imposing, but it was no match for Tailong's strength. He gripped the metal bars, pulling with all his might. The hinges groaned, the sound of metal screeching as the gate gave way under his force. He was free. The cool night air hit his face as he stepped into the wilderness beyond the prison. The scent of pine trees and the faint, crisp smell of the distant mountains filled his lungs. It felt like home. The night sky stretched endlessly above him, stars twinkling like distant fires, reminding him of the path he had yet to walk. Tailong closed his eyes for a moment, breathing in the freedom he had longed for, the freedom he had earned. But even as he relished the taste of victory, a darker thought lingered in his mind. The dragon warrior. He had been denied his rightful place. He had been cast aside, forced to rot in a prison for years because of one old tortoise who dared to choose him a panda over Tailong. The thought of it churned in his stomach like poison. His claws clenched into fists. Master Shifu, the one who had betrayed him, had chosen a weakling over a true warrior. Tailong had always known that he was the one who deserved to wield the dragon scroll. The title had been his birthright. Now, the time had come to reclaim it. Tailong stepped away from the gate, his gaze cold and resolute. The journey ahead would be long, but he didn't mind. The Jade Palace was within reach, and once he defeated the so-called dragon warrior, there would be no more delays. The world would finally know his name, and they would all bow before him. With his body now fully free, Tailong turned his back on the prison he had spent too many years within, disappearing into the night with the vengeance that had been brewing for far too long. Chapter 25, The Road to Revenge. POV, Tailong. The wind rustled through the trees as Tailong moved swiftly through the dense forest. His muscles, finally free from the shackles of captivity, seemed to pulse with newfound strength. Each movement was fluid, almost predatory, as if the years of imprisonment had only made him more dangerous. The sharp air filled his lungs with the promise of freedom, but also of something more. Revenge. Master Shifu, the one who had failed him, the one who had denied him his rightful place as the dragon warrior, was still out there. He would pay. And so would the weak panda who had stolen everything from him. Tailong could already feel the anger simmering beneath his skin. It wasn't just about the scroll. It was about being rejected, about being cast aside like an unwanted tool, discarded for something far weaker. He could already picture Po, that ridiculous panda, clumsy and out of place in the world of warriors. The thought of the panda calling himself the dragon warrior was enough to drive him mad. But Tailong wouldn't make the same mistake twice. No, this time, he would show them all what true power looked like. He would show them that no one could stand in his way. The road ahead was long, but it was nothing compared to the years he had spent rotting away in the prison. He knew the way to the Jade Palace. He had spent years thinking about it, plotting his return. And now that he was free, nothing would stop him. As he made his way through the forest, Tailong's mind raced with the possibilities. He knew Shifu would be there, with his precious Furious Five, all of them standing in his way. But it didn't matter. They were nothing compared to him. Not anymore. He would deal with them. And Po. Oh, how he would relish the moment when he finally laid his paws on that useless panda, showing him just how outmatched he truly was. The thought of it brought a dark smile to his lips. The sun was just beginning to rise, casting a pale light across the forest. Tailong paused for a moment, surveying the land before him. His eyes narrowed as he adjusted his path, heading toward the mountains where the Jade Palace sat high, perched like a crown of stone against the sky. The journey would be long, but he was used to it. He had walked this path before, in his mind, over and over again. Now, he was walking it for real, with nothing standing in his way. No more prison bars. No more shackles. Tailong's claws flexed at his sides, eager to strike. He could almost hear the battle cries of his enemies, the sound of steel clashing, the satisfying crunch of bones breaking beneath his paws. It was the sound of victory, the sound that awaited him at the Jade Palace. The closer he got to his destination, the more the tension in his body grew. It wasn't just anticipation, it was pure, unbridled fury. His heart pounded in his chest, a steady rhythm that matched the heavy footfalls of his journey. He didn't need to rest. He didn't need to eat. Nothing would stop him. Finally, after what felt like hours of trekking through the forest, the towering peaks of the Jade Palace came into view. Tailong's eyes gleamed with cold determination as he looked up at the ancient structure, its spires reaching toward the sky. It was a symbol of power, of legacy, and of everything he had been denied. But it was also a symbol of what he was about to take. He stopped at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the long, winding staircase that led to the palace's gates. He had climbed it once before, years ago, before the betrayal, before everything went wrong. The memories came rushing back, his father's stern words, Shifu's cold silence, the scroll that had been snatched from his grasp. But that was in the past. This time, nothing would stop him. Tailong's claws scraped against the stone as he began his ascent, one step at a time. He didn't rush, no, there was no need. He would savor the moment when he finally stood before Shifu and the Furious Five. He would savor the moment when Po realized just how powerless he really was. As he neared the top, his heart raced faster, the anticipation making his pulse quicken. He could hear the sounds of life coming from the Jade Palace, the clatter of pots, the distant laughter of the inhabitants, and the faint murmur of conversations. But none of it mattered. Soon, it would all fall silent. Tailong reached the top of the stairs, his breath steady despite the effort. He stood before the massive doors, the entrance to the Jade Palace. The wind howled around him, a perfect symphony to the storm that brewed inside him. The time had come. Tailong pushed open the doors. Inside, the Jade Palace loomed, its walls adorned with ancient scrolls, golden tapestries, and treasures beyond imagining. He felt the weight of the place, the history, the power that it represented. And he could feel the eyes of the furious five upon him, could almost hear their whispers of fear. He was ready. Now, it was time to take what was his. Chapter 26, The Passing of the Master. POV, Shifu and Oogway. The warmth of the afternoon sun bathed the Jade Palace in a gentle light, casting long, soft shadows beneath the towering peaks. The air smelled of freshly bloomed flowers, and a slight breeze rustled the leaves of the peach tree that stood in the courtyard, its branches laden with soft, pink fruit. Shifu walked slowly beside Master Oogway, the elderly tortoise's steps deliberate but steady. The two of them had often come here to talk, beneath the shade of this ancient tree, a place where Oogway found peace amidst the chaos of the world. Shifu, though now a master himself, had always felt a strange sense of comfort here, as if the wisdom that flowed from the tree into the earth could seep into his very bones. The gentle tapping of Oogway's cane on the stone path was the only sound that filled the quiet space between them. It was a rhythmic sound, one that Shifu had come to associate with moments of reflection, when words were few but meaning was profound. "You have much on your mind, my friend," Oogway spoke, his voice low but filled with an underlying strength. "I can sense it." Shifu glanced at him, his brow furrowed with worry. "I do. Po, he's not ready. I can see it now. He's not the dragon warrior I imagined. He doesn't have the discipline, the focus, the strength." Oogway's gaze, though soft and aged, held a clarity that Shifu could never quite escape. It was the look of someone who had seen the world unfold in ways others never could, a gaze that had witnessed triumphs and tragedies alike. He stopped walking and turned his head slightly toward Shifu, his old eyes reflecting something deeper. "Shifu," Oogway began, "sometimes what we seek in others is not what they need to be. You see strength and discipline, but perhaps what Po needs is something more." Shifu frowned, his mind racing. "What are you saying?" "He's clumsy, impulsive, reckless. He's far from what we need, Master." Oogway chuckled softly, a sound that seemed almost like a sigh. "You have always been quick to judge what is visible. But you forget that every warrior carries a different path. Strength is not always physical, and discipline does not always mean control." Shifu shook his head in disbelief. "You think Po has what it takes to defeat Tailong? You think he can be the dragon warrior? After all these years, after everything I've taught him, you still believe this?" Master Oogway's expression softened. He turned his gaze to the peach tree overhead, and for a moment, his eyes took on a faraway look, as if he could see beyond the present moment, beyond the worries of the world. "I have seen his potential, Shifu," Oogway said quietly. "Not in the way you see it, but in a way that transcends what is taught or learned. Po is destined for greatness, though it may not be what we expect. But he has heart. More heart than you can even imagine." Shifu opened his mouth to respond, but Oogway raised a hand, signaling for silence. Shifu hesitated, unsure of what to say next. The wind picked up gently, carrying the scent of the peaches and the sound of rustling leaves. For a long time, the two stood in silence beneath the tree, watching the shadows stretch and shift across the courtyard. Finally, Oogway spoke again, his voice barely a whisper. "There are times when we must let go, Shifu. When our path has run its course. And when the world is ready, it will show us the way. But we must trust it, even if we do not understand it. Shifu felt a chill run through him, though the air was warm. There was something in Oogway's words, a finality that he could not quite grasp. Oogway, what do you mean by that? Shifu asked, his voice filled with a sudden uncertainty. Oogway turned to face him fully, his old eyes locking with Shifu's. It is time, my old friend. Time for me to leave this world. Shifu's heart skipped a beat. No, master, please. You can't. Not yet. Not now. But Oogway simply smiled, a gentle, knowing smile that reached deep into Shifu's soul. It is my time, Shifu. You will carry the lessons forward, as I have carried them before you. And when the time comes, you will see what Po is meant to be. Shifu felt a sharp pang in his chest, his breath catching in his throat. Master, please, don't leave me. Oogway placed a calming hand on Shifu's shoulder, and Shifu could feel the strength in that touch, even now. You are not alone, Shifu. You never were. And you never will be. As the final words left Oogway's lips, his body seemed to sag slightly, as if the weight of years had finally caught up with him. Shifu reached out, but it was too late. Oogway's eyes closed slowly, peacefully. His form settled against the trunk of the peach tree, and for a moment, there was nothing but the soft rustle of the wind. Shifu could feel the earth beneath his feet, steady and unwavering, as if the very land was mourning the loss of this ancient soul. The great tortoise had passed. Shifu stood in silence, his heart aching, a deep sorrow filling his chest. For the first time, he felt the weight of everything Oogway had ever said to him, the lessons that had been passed down through the years. The world felt different now, colder and more empty without Oogway's presence. But Shifu knew, deep down, that his master had passed on a legacy, one that he would now have to carry alone. As Shifu knelt by Oogway's side, he whispered a final prayer for his master's soul, the words heavy with grief and respect. I will carry on, master. I will make sure Po becomes the dragon warrior you saw in him. I will not fail you. But even as he said the words, Shifu couldn't help but feel the loss deep in his bones. The future was uncertain now, and Oogway's absence left a gap that would never be filled. The peach tree swayed gently in the breeze, its petals drifting softly to the ground, as if the tree, too, was mourning the passing of its oldest friend. Chapter 27, The Choice Made. POV, Shifu. The morning air was cool and sharp as Shifu made his way through the Jade Palace corridors, the silence broken only by the faint clink of his staff against the polished floor. His thoughts were still tangled in the loss of Oogway. The image of his master disappearing beneath the peach tree haunted his every step. He didn't expect to be disturbed so early. That changed the moment the heavy gates creaked open and a goose messenger, feathers ruffled and breathing heavily, stumbled into the courtyard with panic in his eyes. Master Shifu! The goose called, nearly tripping over himself as he hurried forward, a scroll in his wing. Urgent message, it's Tailong. He's escaped. Shifu froze mid-step. His paws clenched around his staff. What? The goose nodded frantically, holding out the scroll. The prison guards sent word as soon as it happened. He broke through the highest level of security. He's gone. Shifu took the scroll with trembling fingers, but he didn't need to read it. He already knew the truth. He could feel it, the same cold weight that had settled in his chest the moment Oogway's candles went out. Tailong was free. Minutes later, the training field fell quiet as Shifu stood before the furious five. Each one of them stood straight, focused, ready for orders. He's escaped? Tigress asked, voice tight with tension. Yes, Shifu said simply. Tailong is coming here. Mantis shifted uneasily. Viper coiled tighter. Monkey looked down, and Crane's wings twitched at his sides. What are we going to do? Asked Monkey, almost whispering. Shifu's eyes were sharp, but his voice remained calm. We will do nothing. The five exchanged startled glances. Nothing. Tigress stepped forward, the disbelief plain in her voice. Master, we trained for this. We live for this. Let us fight. No, Shifu cut in, holding up a paw. He turned slowly and pointed to the center of the training field, to the spot where Po usually stood, wobbling and out of breath. Tailong will face the dragon warrior. Everyone followed Shifu's gesture. The spot was empty. Shifu blinked, then frowned. Where is Po? POV, Po. Po ran. His breath came hard and fast as he pushed through the winding paths of the mountain. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to get away. Away from the stares, the whispers. Away from the weight of expectations that didn't belong to him. The truth echoed in his head with every step, I'm not the dragon warrior. I don't belong here. He couldn't fight like Tigress. He couldn't move like Crane. He couldn't flow like Viper or strike like Monkey. He wasn't disciplined, he wasn't graceful. He was just him. He reached a clearing, panting, his legs aching. The sounds of the palace had faded behind him. Po dropped to the ground beside a tree, holding his chest, trying to breathe. The sky was vast above him, and he suddenly felt very small beneath it. The silence didn't last long. Footsteps approached, calm, steady, familiar. Po didn't need to look to know who it was. Shifu stepped into view. Po didn't move. He kept his eyes on the dirt in front of him. I thought you'd come here, Shifu said quietly. Po laughed once, dry and bitter. I didn't think anyone would notice. Shifu took a step closer. You've been noticed since the moment you landed in the arena. Po didn't reply. Shifu sat down beside him without a word. The silence stretched. Only the distant sound of wind through the bamboo filled the air. I'm not the dragon warrior, Po said at last. You all know it. I'm just some guy who got lucky. You are more than luck, Shifu replied. Really? Because it sure doesn't feel like it. Po looked at him now, pain in his eyes. Everyone thinks I'm a joke. I can't keep up with the Furious Five. I can't fight. I can't even make it through training without falling on my face. Shifu's expression didn't waver. Neither could I. Not at first. Po blinked. You think I was born with perfect form? I was awkward, clumsy. Too small, too angry. I trained because I had to. I trained because I believed in what I could become. And eventually, Master Oogway believed in me too. Po's voice dropped. Then maybe someone else should be the dragon warrior. Someone like Death. He's powerful, he's calm, he's not me. Shifu shook his head. Oogway chose you, Po. Not Death. Not Tigress. Not me. But why? Po asked, his voice cracking. Why me? What does he see that I don't? Shifu hesitated, then turned his gaze toward the horizon. I don't know, he admitted. I spent years believing I knew what strength was. What greatness looked like. But Oogway saw something beyond all that. He saw what could be, not just what is. Po looked down again, his paw digging into the grass. You didn't believe in me before. I didn't, Shifu said honestly. But I do now. Po met his eyes. Tailong has escaped, Shifu continued. He's coming here. He will not stop. Po's breath hitched. You still think I can stop him? I think only you can. Silence again. Then, slowly, Po stood. He brushed off the dirt from his shorts, looked down at his shaking hands, then looked back at Shifu. Then I'll try. Shifu nodded. That's all anyone can ask. And together, they turned back toward the Jade Palace. Chapter 28, Secrets, Cookies, and the Will to Fight. POV, Tigress. Tigress didn't wait for Shifu's orders. She'd spent the whole night lying awake in her quarters, her mind clouded by the image of Tailong, his fury, his power, and the last time they had seen the consequences of that fury. She wouldn't let that happen again. By sunrise, she was gone, the Jade Palace still wrapped in silence as she descended the mountain paths. But she wasn't alone for long. Tigress, came Viper's voice behind her. Footsteps echoed across the stone steps. The others, Monkey, Mantis, Crane, were catching up. Tigress didn't turn around. I don't need a babysitter, she muttered. We're not here to stop you, Viper said, slithering up beside her, her voice calm. We're here to help. Tigress glanced at her, jaw clenched. I don't need help either. You will, Monkey added from behind. This is Tailong we're talking about. I know exactly who he is. Tigress stopped walking, finally turning to face them. And I know what he's capable of. That's why I'm going. And that's why we're not letting you go alone, Crane said. Mantis nodded. You've got us, whether you like it or not. Tigress looked at them for a long moment, the fight slowly leaving her posture. She gave a small nod. All right then. Let's go. With shared resolve, the furious five set off down the mountain trail, their silhouettes stretched in the morning sun, ready to face the monster that haunted their past. POV, Shifu the next morning. The soft sound of rustling and the faint crunch of something being bitten into pulled Shifu from his sleep. He yawned quietly, adjusted his robe, and stepped out into the hallway. The air was cool, and the sun hadn't yet risen fully, leaving the palace in a bluish haze. Outside the pantry door, someone was sitting cross-legged on the floor, lazily chewing what looked like a cookie. It was Death. He glanced up at Shifu with a nod, eyes tired but calm. Morning. Good morning, Shifu said, eyeing the door. You're up early. I couldn't sleep, Death replied, brushing a few crumbs from his lap. Heard some noise in the pantry. Shifu raised a brow. Did you eat anything? No, Death said evenly, placing the remaining piece of cookie in his palm. Just one of these. Pretty sure it wasn't labeled. Shifu gave a small nod and opened the pantry door. Inside, the shelves were stacked high with jars, ingredients, and scrolls tucked into corners, but sitting on the floor, trying to look innocent, was Po. His cheeks were puffed out slightly, and even from the doorway, Shifu could see a trail of crumbs leading from a lower cabinet to the space where Po now sat. Po, Shifu said. Po flinched. He looked up slowly, cheeks still round with half-chewed cookie. Yes, Master Shifu. Where did you get those cookies? Shifu asked, folding his arms. Po swallowed hard. Cookies? What cookies? I didn't eat any cookies. Shifu narrowed his eyes. Good. Because Monkey's cookies are stored on the top shelf. Near the ceiling. Po blinked. Shifu turned around and left the pantry. I'd hate to think someone could reach those so easily. Once he was gone, Po waited 5 seconds before wiping his hands on his shorts and turning to the side of the wall. With surprising agility, he scaled the wooden beams and snatched the tin from the top shelf, chuckling quietly. He opened the lid, took another cookie, and split it in half just as Shifu stepped back in. The master stood frozen in the doorway as Po hovered halfway up the wall, one paw in the tin, cookie halves in his mouth. They locked eyes. Shifu stared in disbelief. You climbed all the way up there, for cookies. Po swallowed and grinned sheepishly. They're really good cookies. Shifu stepped in slowly, looking around at the climb marks, then at Po's nimble grip, and the effort he clearly had to put in. He didn't say a word. Instead, he turned and walked back out of the pantry. As he made his way back to his chambers, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Motivated by food. He finally understood. Chapter 29, The Mountain Where It All Began. POV, Po. The sun had barely begun its slow crawl across the morning sky when Shifu called us both to the front gates of the Jade Palace. Death stood beside me, arms folded, his twin scythes strapped to his back like ominous wings. His face, as usual, was unreadable, calm in that unsettling way. I kept glancing at him, trying to guess what he was thinking, but with Death, that was like trying to guess what a rock was dreaming. Shifu gave us a nod and turned toward the trail that curved around the side of the mountain. We're going somewhere? I asked, already half hoping this didn't involve carrying boulders or something equally ridiculous. Yes, Shifu said simply, voice quiet. Follow me. So we did. The trail was steep, even more than the steps to the Jade Palace. Trees lined the path at first, but as we climbed, the vegetation thinned, and the wind picked up. I found myself panting, huffing, and falling behind like usual. Death, of course, moved like the climb was nothing, completely unfazed. He didn't even sweat. Which was either really impressive or just plain unfair. When I started to stumble, he slowed just enough to keep pace with me, but he didn't offer to help. Typical. Eventually, after what felt like a lifetime of thigh-burning and dry-mouthed gasping, we reached a flat, rocky plateau near the peak. There wasn't much up there, just smooth stone, the wind howling past our ears, and a single weathered shrine standing at the far edge. No banners, no training dummies. Just stillness. Shifu turned to us, his gaze distant for a long moment. This, he said, sweeping his paw slowly across the landscape, is where Kung Fu began. I blinked. What? Here? Shifu nodded. Before there was the Jade Palace, before there was a dragon warrior, there was only a monk. A student. And a path. I looked around again, this time with a little more reverence. This is, wow. That's kinda incredible. Shifu stepped forward and placed both hands behind his back. Here, centuries ago, the first scrolls were written. Here, balance was found between the body and the spirit. Here, Kung Fu was born. And passed on. From one generation to the next. My heart started pounding a little. Not from the hike but from something deeper. The idea that I was standing on the ground where it all began, where everything I had ever dreamed about had its roots. It was like being inside a legend. Shifu turned to face both of us. His expression was measured, calm, but not cold. And so I ask you both, do you want to learn? I opened my mouth before he even finished the sentence. Yes. Absolutely yes. Master Shifu, this is the greatest honor. But my voice faltered. Because I heard the other voice. No. That one word cut through the air like a blade. I turned, blinking. Death stood still, his face expressionless. His eyes, however, were hard. Final. He didn't look at me or Shifu. He stared out toward the mountains in the distance. Shifu's eyes narrowed slightly. You don't wish to learn? Death's voice was calm, but firm. I don't need to. I felt something in my chest sink a little. The energy that had been building, the excitement, the awe, it felt like someone had taken a needle to it and popped the whole thing. Shifu's ears flicked once. He didn't press. I looked at Death, hoping he'd say something else, something less cold. But he didn't. He turned away slightly, arms folded again, his long cloak fluttering in the mountain breeze. I tried to recover. Well, I do. I mean I really, really do. Shifu nodded slowly, as if weighing the moment, then gestured for me to come forward. Death didn't follow us. Even as Shifu showed me a few basic form stances, breath's death stood away from us, watching with distant eyes. Not judging. Not encouraging. Just, there. And it stung. He wasn't like everyone else who mocked me or rolled their eyes. He was different. I had seen him fight. I knew how powerful he was. And somewhere, deep down, I wanted him to approve. To train beside me. To tell me I had potential. But he didn't. He had already made up his mind. Still, I copied Shifu's movements. I stumbled. I fell once. But I kept going. Because I wanted this. And maybe someday. Death would see that too. Chapter 30, Clash Beneath the Mountains. The wind howled as storm clouds gathered over the jagged cliffs of Kurhgam prison. Somewhere far below, snowmelt roared through narrow valleys like a rushing river. But higher on the mountain trail, where thick mist clung to the trees and the air was thin, another sound stirred the silence. Footsteps. Heavy, calm, deliberate. Tailong moved like a shadow through the mist, his massive form steady, his expression unreadable. His paws made no sound on the earth, his cloak tattered behind him, brushing over stone and root alike. The trees bent slightly as he passed, as if even nature hesitated in his presence. Ahead, the path forked, and waiting at the crossroads stood 5 warriors. The Furious 5. Tigress was at the front, her body tense, shoulders squared, arms loose and ready at her sides. Her orange fur was brushed by the wind, but her golden eyes didn't blink. Tailong, she said. The name hit the air like a dropped blade. The snow leopard stopped, just a few paces away. He lifted his head slowly, his expression calm, almost eerily calm. Ah, he said, voice deep and steady. They sent the children. Monkey flipped his staff into his hand and twirled it once. We came on our own. Tailong's eyes briefly scanned each of them: monkey, viper, mantis, crane, but he lingered on Tigress. The cub who wanted to be me. Tigress didn't react. Her breath was slow, deliberate. You're not setting foot in the valley, she said, not while we stand. Tailong tilted his head. How noble! How utterly misguided! Without warning, he crouched low faster than a heartbeat and surged forward. Tigress met him halfway. Their clash sent a shockwave down the trail, snow exploding into the air as the two exchanged a furious series of blows. Tailong struck like thunder, brutal and precise, while Tigress countered with razor focus, every block echoing with force. The others wasted no time. Monkey vaulted into the air with a roar, spinning his staff toward Tailong's back. The leopard twisted, catching it mid-swing and yanking Monkey into the ground with a punishing thud. Crane swept in from above, wings slicing like blades. Tailong jumped, kicked off a boulder, flipped in midair and smashed Crane aside with a spinning kick, sending feathers spiraling. Mantis darted in next, tiny but blindingly fast. He jabbed pressure points at Tailong's legs, aiming for paralysis, but Tailong dropped low, rolled, and flung Mantis into the snow like a skipping stone. Viper lunged, wrapping around Tailong's arm in a blur. She tightened like a whip, but with a violent twist, Tailong flung her into a tree with enough force to shake the branches. He stood tall again, dusting snow from his shoulder. Only Tigress remained on her feet, panting, bruised, but still burning with fire. They stared at each other, two storms poised to crash again. You were never the dragon warrior, she spat. Tailong smiled cold and knowing. Neither were you. He leapt again, this time faster, angrier. Their fists met in midair. The mountains trembled. The battle raged for minutes, each move from the five coordinated, each strike desperate, powerful. But Tailong was relentless. Every counter was stronger, every parry more brutal. One by one, they fell. Breathing hard, Tigress pushed herself up again, blood at the corner of her mouth. She lunged with a cry, but Tailong caught her mid-strike, twisted, and slammed her into the snow. Silence followed. The five lay battered across the mountaintop trail, snowflakes settling on their still forms. Tailong exhaled, standing tall as the wind ripped through his cloak. He glanced toward the horizon. The Jade Palace glowed in the distance. Waiting. He walked on. Chapter 31, Shadows over the Valley. The sun had dipped low by the time Shifu, Death, and Po returned from the mountain. The horizon was painted in hues of amber and crimson, the silhouette of the Jade Palace cutting a noble shape against the sky. The climb had been quiet. Po, still breathing heavily from their lesson, glanced occasionally at Death, who walked beside him in silence, his scythes gently clinking against his back. Shifu walked ahead of them, arms behind his back, eyes steady. There was a certain calmness in the air, but it was not peace. It was the silence before a storm. As they stepped onto the last stone stair before the courtyard, a strange sound echoed across the wind, a rhythmic beating, low and fast, coming from above. Shifu halted mid-step. "Do you hear that?" Po asked, looking up. Death didn't respond, but he raised his head toward the clouds. A dark shape descended fast from the sky, wings spread wide. It was Crane, his normally graceful movements heavy and labored as he flapped toward them, dragging something behind him. Someone. No, several someones. Crane landed hard in the courtyard, collapsing to his knees. His beak parted, breath ragged. Behind him lay the battered, unconscious forms of monkey, viper, and mantis. Tigress sat on the ground nearby, cradling her arm, blood running from a cut on her brow. Her fur was matted with snow and dirt. "Tigress!" Po cried, rushing forward. "Back!" Shifu ordered, stepping past them and crouching next to the furious five. His hand hovered over Monkey's chest and then Viper's. His brow furrowed. They weren't just hurt, they were paralyzed. Around their necks shimmered a faint glow, a seal imprinted with a powerful chi binding mark. A defensive technique. Not one of their own. Who did this? Shifu asked quickly. What happened? Tigress slowly raised her eyes. Her voice was hoarse. It was Tailong. The words hung in the air like a blade. He's strong. Stronger than we expected. We tried to stop him, but she stopped, voice trembling. Shifu didn't flinch. His expression hardened, and his jaw tightened. Where is he now? He asked. Tigress swallowed. He's on his way to the valley. He'll be here, soon. The courtyard fell silent. Po stood frozen behind Shifu. Death, to his left, said nothing, but his eyes had narrowed, scanning the horizon behind them. Po glanced at his friend, his ears slowly lowering. A breeze blew past the jade columns. The sun slipped just a little lower. The shadow of Tailong stretched closer with every passing second. And for the first time since his return to the palace, Shifu felt fear. Chapter 32, The Secret of Nothing. Po stood just behind Shifu, his eyes bouncing anxiously between the unconscious furious five and the deepening shadows stretching over the Jade Palace courtyard. The words "he'll be here soon" kept echoing in his mind. Tailong. The name alone sounded like a thunderclap, rolling through the valley. And he had beaten them, all of them. Po's stomach twisted as he tried not to look too long at Monkey's motionless body or the streak of blood on Tigress' brow. He had never seen her hurt before. Never even imagined she could be hurt. "Master Shifu?" he asked, voice wavering. Shifu turned sharply, already moving. "We need to prepare." Death stood nearby, quiet as always, arms crossed, eyes calm. There was something unreadable in his expression. Po caught his gaze briefly, but Death didn't say anything. "Po," Shifu said, drawing his attention back. "You're ready?" Po blinked. "Are ready for what?" "To receive the dragon scroll." Po's heart did a somersault. The dragon scroll? You mean the dragon scroll? The shiny one at the top of the ceiling? That scroll? Yes, Shifu said, already walking. Come. Po followed, his feet stiff and heavy. His brain was trying to process a million things at once. The five had just been defeated. Tailong was coming. He was about to read the dragon scroll. This wasn't how it was supposed to happen. But even as the storm built inside his chest, there was a strange flicker of something else. A hope. A desperate wish that whatever was inside that scroll, whatever magical secret it held, it would make sense of everything. It would make him worthy. They passed through the golden corridors, Shifu moving with measured pace while Po stumbled after, his breath catching in his throat. He was vaguely aware of Death trailing behind them, silent but present. Finally, they reached the Hall of Warriors. The great ornate doors opened slowly, revealing the pristine chamber within. Po's eyes were drawn upward, to the pedestal bathed in a column of heavenly light. The dragon scroll. Shifu stepped forward, his aged fingers moving gracefully through the sequence that unlocked the scroll's protective casing. With a low mechanical hum, the petals of the lotus-shaped vault unfurled like golden leaves. There it was. Perfect. Glowing. Sacred. Po felt his legs wobble. Shifu retrieved the scroll carefully and turned to face him. For a brief moment, their eyes met. Then, with steady hands, Shifu extended it toward him. Po took a breath. He took the scroll. It was surprisingly light. He unraveled it with shaking fingers, holding it up to the light, hoping to be blinded by truth. To see some ancient wisdom written in powerful script. Maybe an image of a phoenix, a map, an incantation, anything that would tell him how to be the dragon warrior. But all he saw was himself. His reflection. Golden foil. No words. No secret techniques. Just his own wide-eyed face staring back at him. "Hey," he whispered. He blinked and tilted the scroll sideways. Then upside down. He flipped it around, checked the back. Nothing. He said slowly, turning to Shifu. "It's blank." Shifu's brow furrowed. "What?" "I think," Po looked at it again. "It's supposed to be blank." He offered it back. Shifu took it quickly, hands moving like lightning as he unrolled the scroll. He stared at the gleaming surface. His brows drew tighter. No, this must be a mistake," Shifu murmured. "Maybe it only works with, like, a certain kind of light," Po offered. "Or maybe it needs to be read upside down while hanging from a tree or something. Or you chant a password." Shifu said nothing. He just stared. Death stepped forward, peering over Shifu's shoulder silently. Po looked back at him, voice meek. "Do you see anything?" Death didn't respond. His gaze lingered on the scroll, then flicked to Po. There was something odd in his eyes. Not disappointment. Not surprise. Something else. Po swallowed. "I thought this would, I dunno, tell me how to defeat Tailong." "How to?" How to be the dragon warrior. Shifu rolled the scroll closed, slowly. So did I, he said, voice low. And for the first time, Po saw the doubt flicker in Shifu's eyes, not the kind born from mistrust in Po, but something deeper. A fear that nothing could stop what was coming. That they had waited too long for a destiny that didn't exist. The three stood in silence. Outside, the wind stirred the hanging banners of the Jade Palace. The shadows grew longer. Tailong was coming. And the scroll, their greatest hope, was empty. Chapter 33, The Last Stand. The silence in the Hall of Warriors stretched on, thick and oppressive. Shifu still held the dragon scroll in his hands, closed tightly now like a secret too terrible to be known. His jaw was set, but his shoulders slumped in a way that made Po feel hollow inside. There was nothing else. No last-minute answers. No ancient powers. Just themselves. And Tailong was still coming. I want you all to evacuate the valley, Shifu said finally, his voice calm, too calm. Po blinked. What? Shifu didn't look at him. He turned instead to the doorway, his words directed outward. Furious 5, he said, his voice louder now. Get the people out. As many as you can. Head for the hills. Stay together. Tigress stepped out from the hallway, still limping slightly, Viper beside her. Monkey, Mantis, and Crane followed, each showing signs of the battle they barely survived. But Master Tigress began. No, Shifu cut her off with a raised hand. You've done enough. More than enough. This is not your burden anymore. But... go. His voice cracked through the air like a whip. For a moment, none of them moved. Then, one by one, they nodded. The weight in their gazes was unbearable. Monkey turned away first, followed by Viper and Crane. Tigress lingered longest, her jaw tight, her eyes locked on Shifu like she was memorizing him. Then she turned and left, her steps echoing like fading drums. Death stood near the edge of the chamber, arms crossed. His expression unreadable, as always. Shifu turned to him. You should go too. Death looked at him, silent. Help them. Protect the valley. It's not your fight either, but I suspect you'll make it yours anyway. For the first time, a hint of something crossed Death's face. He nodded once. Just once. And without a word, he left. Now only two remained. Po shifted on his feet. What? What are you gonna do? Shifu looked at the scroll in his hands, then slowly set it back in its case. I'm going to delay him. Po felt his heart stop. Delay him. Shifu nodded. Long enough for the villagers to get away. But that's suicide. Po stepped forward, panic rising in his chest. You saw what he did to the 5, he nearly killed them. You can't fight him alone. I must. Shifu's voice was quiet, but resolute. This is my fault. I trained him. I believed in him. I made him what he is. Po's fists clenched. He wanted to scream. He wanted to tear the scroll open again and force something to appear. Anything. A sign, a spell, a weapon. But there was nothing. Just his own reflection. But maybe if we both fight him. No, Po. Shifu turned to him, and for the first time, Po saw something softer in the master's gaze. Not coldness. Not indifference. Pride. You are not ready. And I will not watch another student fall. Po's throat closed up. He couldn't breathe. But... I thought I was the dragon warrior. Shifu stepped forward and placed a hand on Po's shoulder. So did I. They stood there, the old master and the uncertain student, in the shadow of the empty scroll. Shifu stepped back. Go. Po's feet wouldn't move. Go. Po swallowed. Nodded. Then he turned. And walked away. He passed the empty halls of the Jade Palace. The towering statues. The banners and scrolls and polished tiles. Everything that once felt so distant and grand. Now it just felt cold. Outside, Death stood near the edge of the stairs, watching the valley below. Come on, Po said quietly. Death glanced at him. Then, with one last look at the palace, he followed. Behind them, the massive doors closed. And Shifu was alone. At the heart of the palace. Waiting. Chapter 34, The Secret Ingredient. The village felt like a ghost town now, shadows and windows, doors creaking open only to be slammed shut again. Dust kicked up from the wind rushing through the empty streets. Fear had swept through the valley like a wildfire. Po's steps echoed as he walked through the vacant main road with Death beside him. The noodle shop was still open, somehow untouched, the red lanterns swaying gently overhead. Inside, Mr. Ping was gathering his things, an old family recipe book, a small jade bowl, a worn photograph of him and baby Po. He didn't hear them come in at first. Dad, Po said quietly. Mr. Ping turned fast, feathers ruffled, eyes wide. Po. Oh, thank goodness. You're safe. I heard the fighting, I heard Tailong. He's coming, Po said. He's almost here. Mr. Ping's beak quivered, his eyes trembling. Then we have to leave. I packed a few things. We can catch up with the others. We can go now, right now. I can't go. Mr. Ping froze. What? I have to stop him, Po said, voice low. Mr. Ping stared at his son like he hadn't heard him right. Stop him? Po, no. You're not a warrior, you're. Po stepped forward, fists clenched. I am. Silence fell. Mr. Ping opened his beak, but no words came. He looked at Death, then back to Po. But, the dragon scroll, did it help? Po shook his head. It was blank. The old goose's brow furrowed, confused. Blank? That can't be. That scroll's supposed to have the secret to limitless power. The secret ingredient. Po looked down at the floor. Maybe there is no secret. Maybe I'm just not meant to be. There is a secret, Mr. Ping said suddenly. Po looked up. Mr. Ping stepped forward, setting his feathered hands on his son's shoulders. You know my secret ingredient soup? The one everyone loves? The one I won first place for at the Valley Fair 3 years running. Po nodded slowly. There's no secret ingredient. Po blinked. What? There's no secret ingredient. Mr. Ping repeated. I just made it special because I believed it was special. That's all. To make something special, you just have to believe it is. Po stared at his father. The words echoed in his head, deeper than he expected. The scroll. His reflection. There is no secret ingredient. A breath left his chest like a weight had been lifted. And then, without another word, Po turned and sprinted out of the shop. Po! Mr. Ping cried. Po, come back! But he was already out the door, feet pounding the road, determination carved into every step. Mr. Ping stood there, feathers trembling. Oh no, 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 what is he doing? He turned toward Death, desperation in his eyes. Please. I know it's selfish, but, can you make sure he's safe? Death didn't answer right away. His golden eyes lingered on the path Po had taken, far into the distance now. Then, slowly, he turned toward Mr. Ping and gave a single nod. I will. He stepped back out into the street, wind curling around his cloak, and then took off after Po, swift as shadow, silent as breath. Chapter 35, Master and Monster. The wind howled through the empty halls of the Jade Palace. Shifu stood alone at its center, silent, still, the great doors open behind him. His fur rippled slightly in the breeze, but otherwise, he did not move. Not when he heard the heavy footsteps. Not when he heard the doors creak wider. And not when Tailong stepped into the palace once again. It had been 20 years. The leopard's eyes burned with fury and betrayal. His shoulders were wide with power, his stride heavy with vengeance. Armor pieces were cracked from the prison fight, his knuckles bruised, but he didn't flinch. Shifu stood at the center of the hall, exactly where Tailong remembered him last. The silence between them was heavy, decades of pain stitched into every second. "I have come home, master," Tailong said, voice deep and low. "You are not welcome here," Shifu replied, his voice firm, though a tremor ran beneath the words. Tailong's lips curled into something between a sneer and a smirk. "Even now, you still pretend you didn't make me what I am." Shifu's eyes narrowed. "You made your own choices." Tailong's fists clenched. "You trained me. You told me I was destined for greatness. You told me I was chosen. Then you watched Oogway take it from me and did nothing." Shifu lowered his gaze briefly, pain in his eyes. "I failed you." Tailong stopped. He hadn't expected that. "But I will not fail again," Shifu said, raising his head. His stance shifted, fluid, balanced. Tailong's expression darkened. "Then you stand in my way." Shifu did not answer. He only raised his hands. Tailong roared and lunged. Their bodies collided with an explosion of movement, paw against paw, claws flashing, feet shattering tile. The walls trembled with the first clash. Shifu's staff was a blur, twirling and blocking, parrying and striking, but Tailong was relentless, rage pouring from every muscle. "You never believed in me!" Tailong shouted, landing a heavy kick that sent Shifu rolling across the floor. Shifu recovered, skidding to a stop and flipping back into stance. "I believed in what you could be. Not what you became." Tailong struck again, this time faster. They exchanged a flurry of blows, each one more powerful than the last. Stone cracked. Columns splintered. Tailong grabbed Shifu and slammed him against a pillar, dust falling from the ceiling. "Then why didn't you stop me?" "I didn't know how," Shifu gasped, then twisted free with a burst of chi and spun-kicked Tailong across the room. The leopard hit the ground hard, rolled, and rose to his feet, breathing heavily. His eyes glinted with fury, but something else shimmered beneath hurt. "You raised me. I was your son." Shifu paused, his heart clenching at the words. "You were." Tailong charged again. This time, their fight took them higher up the steps, around the stone lions, near the sacred relics. Their movements were a blur of old techniques, remembered stances master and student locked in a tragic dance. But Shifu was older now. His breath was growing short. Tailong slammed him against the golden bell at the center of the hall. Shifu crumpled beneath the strike, groaning, struggling to stand. "Where is it?" Tailong snarled, standing over him. "Where is the dragon scroll?" Shifu looked up, blood at the corner of his mouth. "It is no longer here." Tailong's eyes widened. "What?" "It has already been given," Shifu said. Tailong's fists tightened. "To him." Shifu didn't answer. Tailong let out a roar of disbelief. "You gave it to the panda. That buffoon. That joke." Shifu tried to rise, but his limbs trembled. "He is not what you think." Tailong's voice became venom. "Then you have chosen your fate." With a snarl, Tailong raised his paw, claws gleaming. Shifu braced himself, pain clouding his vision. But just before the final strike could land, a voice echoed from outside. Tailong! Tailong paused. Both he and Shifu turned. At the entrance of the palace, two figures stood, one panting, one silent. Po. And beside him, Death. Chapter 36, The Shadow Between Stars. POV, Death. I stood at the threshold of the Jade Palace, the cool stone beneath my feet a quiet contrast to the firestorm of tension in the air. Shifu lay crumpled at the center of the hall, his body bruised and battered, but alive. Barely. And in front of him stood the one responsible. Tailong. His presence was thunderous, power radiated from him like heat off molten stone. Every muscle in his body was coiled rage. His eyes flicked to Po as we entered. And when the panda stepped forward, voice trembling but firm, I saw something different flash in the leopard's expression. Surprise. If you want the dragon scroll, Po said, stepping between Tailong and Shifu, you're gonna have to get it from me. My eyes narrowed. Brave. Too brave. Tailong's eyes narrowed, then he lunged. I moved. I don't remember blinking. 1 second his claws were inches from Po's throat, the next. Clang. Both of my scythes crossed against his strike, holding back every ounce of his fury. Sparks flared where our forces met. He stared into my face, eyes wild and furious. Who? I didn't answer. I pushed off and spun low, both scythes slashing in tandem. He backed away, claws flashing to deflect the arcs. We exchanged blows faster than thought, faster than breathing. 1, 2, 3. A blur. Our bodies collided again and again, steel against bone, strength against will. Every strike of his carried the weight of betrayal, the sting of loss. Mine held purpose, silent and steady. He snarled when I nearly caught his side. I grunted when his foot grazed my ribs. We circled. Clashed. Moved. The walls blurred. The sky disappeared. There was only the rhythm of battle and the roar of power. Po stood frozen behind me, mouth slightly open, watching with wide eyes. Good. Let him see. Let him see the monster he's meant to stop. With one sudden feint, I slashed upward and caught Tailong under the arm. He stumbled back and I planted a heavy kick into his chest. His body shot backward straight into Po. They tumbled into a heap, and I didn't waste a second. I stepped onto the railing, scythe still humming in my hands, heart thunderous in my chest. And I jumped. The wind whipped around me, the palace steps flashing by like ribs of a long-forgotten beast. I heard Tailong roar above. I saw Po clamber to his feet, confused and stunned. But none of it mattered now. This was between him and me. I landed at the base of the stairs with a shudder through my bones, crouched and silent, scythes digging into the stone for balance. My breath came steady. My hands were still. I stood up straight and looked toward the sky. Tailong would come. And this time, he would face the shadow that walks between death and justice. Me. Chapter 37, The Crimson Duel. POV, Death. The sound of footfalls crashing down the stairs echoed like war drums. He's coming. I twirled the scythe slowly, one in each hand, their edges glinting with moonlight and memory. The wind licked my robes. The air, thick with ash and the scent of scorched stone, tasted like war. I didn't wait. I walked forward slowly until the shadows of the great palace were behind me. I stopped at the center of the courtyard, the sky yawning open above us, wide and ancient. A blur of grey fury descended from the heavens like a meteor. Tailong. He landed with a boom that cracked the stone beneath him. Dust lifted in a ring around his crouched form. His eyes met mine, teeth bared, chest rising like a beast starved of justice. You again, he growled, rising to his full height. You're not the dragon warrior. No, I said, my voice low, steady. But I'm the one you'll have to pass. He snorted. You're a ghost with toys. I fought armies. You think I fear you? I'm not here to be feared, I said. I'm here to end you. With a roar, he lunged again. Claws screamed toward my face. I pivoted, let one glide past my cheek, and countered with a rising slash from my right scythe. He blocked it, but barely. The second scythe came from the opposite side. He ducked and twisted, trying to sweep my legs, but I leapt and spun mid-air, my cloak fanning like wings. I landed behind him. My scythes hummed. He snarled and turned, but I was already in motion. Our blades clashed, again and again, too fast for the eye. My body remembered every strike. Not because I was trained by a master, but because death teaches its own rhythm. It's not elegant. It's not poetic. It's survival, raw, brutal, final. You're good, Tailong hissed, panting, claws extended. But you don't fight like a master. Who trained you? No one, I said flatly. I died watching people like you. He blinked. What? Doesn't matter. I rushed him. This time, I didn't hold back. Every movement had purpose. I slashed low. He dodged, but I swept upward. He jumped, but I kicked him mid-air, sent him crashing into a pillar. Stone cracked. Tailong grunted, pulling himself from the rubble. He laughed bitterly. You're wasting your talent, he spat. Fighting for them. The same people who stole everything from me. They didn't steal anything, I said, stepping forward. You lost it the moment you let your pride consume you. I earned that scroll, he roared. I was the best. The strongest. And yet, I said, my tone cold, you're still not enough. With a furious roar, he charged. This time, it was chaos. His fury gave him speed. My focus gave me clarity. We spun in circles: strike, parry, elbow, scythe, claws, foot, knee. He tried to grab me. I slid beneath him. He hurled a boulder. I sliced through it mid-air. He struck the ground. Shockwaves surged. I jumped off the wave and hit him mid-air, slamming both scythes into his arms. Blood flew. He screamed. But he wasn't done. He slammed his forehead into mine. Pain shot through my skull. I staggered. He grabbed my arm and threw me across the courtyard. I hit the wall hard. Vision blurred. For a second, I was in the air again. Falling. No parachute. Just silence. But then I breathed. And stood. I don't fall that easily, I whispered, spitting blood. Tailong growled, wiping his jaw. You're not like the others. I'm not one of them, I said, dragging a scythe along the ground. I'm not one of you either. Then what are you? I looked at him. The moonlight caught my reflection in the curve of the blade. A reminder. We clashed again. It was more than a battle, it was a storm. I dodged under his claw, slashed across his back. He spun and elbowed my gut. I gasped and twisted to counter. We fought across the stairs, up and down, leaving scars in the palace's ancient bones. Debris scattered. Statues cracked. Water from broken urns ran red with sweat and blood. He grabbed my throat once. I jammed my knee into his chest and flipped backward. He tried to pin me. I used his momentum and rolled, slammed him to the stone and drove a scythe inches from his neck. His chest heaved. He didn't move. You think this is over, he rasped, teeth bloodied. No, I said quietly. But this part is. I stood, letting the cold edge of the scythe rest by my side. My breathing slowed. Above us, I heard a faint footstep. Poe. He'd seen everything. But he didn't interrupt. He waited. Because the final part, the scroll, the legacy. That wasn't mine to write. It was his. Chapter 38, The Path Forward. POV, Poe. I stood there, stunned. The air was thick with dust and tension. Every breath I took felt like it carried the weight of the entire valley. My paws trembled slightly, not from fear, but from everything I had just witnessed. Death, he wasn't just strong, he was something else. His movements weren't like the Furious Five, or even like Shifu's. It was raw, calculated, like every strike meant something deeper. Watching him fight Tailong, it was like watching a legend come to life, but darker. Grittier. Real. He didn't defeat Tailong, not completely. But he slowed him. Held him back. For me. He turned to look at me now. His eyes weren't wide with victory or pride. Just tired. Like he had carried this moment for far too long. You okay? He asked, voice rasping a little. Yeah, I said, though I didn't fully believe it. Then it's your turn. I swallowed. My eyes shifted to Tailong. He was stirring, slowly getting back on his feet. Cracks in the stone radiated around him. His fur was matted with sweat and blood, one shoulder heaving, his growl rising like thunder from deep inside. You, he spat at me. You're the dragon warrior. I looked at the scroll in my paw. I didn't feel like a warrior. My legs felt like wet noodles. He charged. I panicked. Wait. I dodged, barely avoiding the first strike, tumbling into a pile of broken tiles. Fight me! Tailong roared. I scrambled up, tail flicking behind me. Okay. I'm fighting. I flailed forward, throwing a wild punch. He caught it easily and slammed me into a wall. I bounced like a dumpling off a wok. He came again. I ducked under him, stumbled forward, and instinctively tossed the scroll. He caught it midair. Silence. The wind picked up. Tailong held the scroll reverently, claws trembling. He slowly opened it. Blank. I watched. His face twisted in confusion. Then disbelief. What is this? I stood up slowly, wiping my nose. My ribs hurt. My head was pounding. But something shifted in me. He was staring at that scroll like it was supposed to give him power. Like it was supposed to make him special. Just like I had. But it didn't. It's blank, I said. He looked up at me, fury rising again. This is a joke. This has to be a trick. No, I said, remembering the words. It's not a trick. There is no secret ingredient. He growled, about to speak, but I cut in. It's just you. He blinked. I stepped forward. I used to think I wasn't enough. That someone like me couldn't be the dragon warrior. But I am. I tapped my chest. Because I believed I could be. Tailong bared his teeth. Belief doesn't make you strong. No, I said softly, but it lets you become strong. That's when he lunged. And that's when I stopped thinking. I fought. Not like a Furious Five member. Not like Shifu. Like me. I used the wagons, the rooftops, the poles, my weight, my bounce, my love of food. Every silly thing I used to be ashamed of, I used it now. He tried to strike, I bounced off a pillar and used my stomach to knock him back. He leapt. I ducked, grabbed a firework, and launched it right under his feet. Boom! He grabbed me. I stuffed a dumpling in his mouth. Chew on that. It was chaotic. Ridiculous. But it was working. And I was winning. Because I finally wasn't trying to be someone else. I was being Po. Tailong fell back, dazed. Breathing hard. I stood over him, the scroll in my paw. You were never the dragon warrior, I said quietly. And you are, he hissed. I nodded. Yet. I am. He roared, trying one last desperate strike. I moved. Faster than I ever had. I didn't strike with fists. I struck with clarity. Palm to his chest. The wuxy finger hold. His eyes widened in horror. No, you can't. You don't even know. I smiled. Skadoosh. Flash. The valley trembled. And Tailong was gone. Silence fell again. Dust danced in the light. And I just stood there. Breathing. Behind me, I heard footsteps, quick, urgent. Death reached me first. Then Shifu. Then the Furious Five. They didn't say anything at first. I handed the scroll to Shifu. And then I collapsed into a noodle-shaped heap. Chapter 39, The Noodle Stall's Return. The sun rose quietly over the Valley of Peace. Its golden rays stretched down the mountainside, melting away the remnants of yesterday's chaos like dew off the tiled rooftops. It had been a long night of fear, of battle, of hope, and now, a new day had come. One where Tailong no longer haunted their valley. One where the dragon warrior truly existed. People were beginning to come out of their homes. A young pig peeked out from behind a curtain, sniffed the morning air, then rushed into the street, calling back over his shoulder, "It's over. I think it's over." Doors opened. Families emerged. Merchants pulled their carts into the square again, tents were unfolded, baskets of fruits and bolts of dyed fabric returned to their rightful stalls. Laughter, cautious at first, began to ring again in the streets. The village was healing. At the heart of it all, the noodle shop of Mr. Ping opened its shutters. Ah, Mr. Ping stretched with a groan, wings cracking. It's a good day to make soup. He adjusted his hat, his eyes lingering toward the steps of the Jade Palace in the distance. His expression softened. Come back safe, my boy. Need help with the bowls, a voice said. Mr. Ping turned and nearly dropped the ladle in his wing. You're back. Death stood there in the same dark coat, slightly torn near the shoulder. He looked tired, but alive. Strong. And calm. I promised, Death said simply, stepping inside and heading toward the back where the chopsticks were stored. Mr. Ping's eyes widened. Is Po? He's safe. Resting. But I think you should prepare a big meal, Death added, glancing over his shoulder with a slight smirk. He's going to be hungry. At that moment, the door creaked open again. Po stood there, battered but upright, with a big smile on his face. Dad, he said, stepping inside. I'm home. Mr. Ping's breath hitched. My boy. They ran into each other. Well, Po waddled, and Ping flew, throwing his wings around his son's neck. I heard everything. The scroll. The skadoosh. The wuxy finger oof hold. Mr. Ping pounded his chest proudly. You're the dragon warrior. Po chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. I mean, I guess I am. Still kinda getting used to it. Death watched them quietly from across the room. He didn't say anything, just nodded when Po caught his eye. There was understanding there. And gratitude. More villagers poured in now, word spreading like wildfire. Po's back. The dragon warrior. Po, you saved us. Po blinked as they started coming over. Some bowed. Some held out small gifts, buns, tea, even little drawings from children. He scratched his head, flustered. Oh wow. You guys, this is too much. No, no, one goose said, tears in her eyes. You did more than anyone ever has for us. 3 cheers for Po, someone yelled. The crowd erupted in cheers. Po turned redder than a chili dumpling. Meanwhile, across the village, the furious 5 walked together through the square, bruised but proud. Tigress carried herself with her usual cool silence, but her eyes sought Po's noodle shop. Monkey had a bandage around his shoulder. Mantis leaned on Crane's wing. Viper coiled around a walking staff for support. But their spirits were whole. When they reached the shop, Death stepped aside to let them pass. They walked in, the bell jingling over their heads. Nice place, Monkey muttered, looking around. Po, Tigress said. Po turned, surprised. Tigress. And everyone. We wanted to say, Viper began, voice warm. Good job, Tigress said. Po blinked. Wait, what? Monkey chuckled. You heard her. You're the real deal, man. Po looked like he might melt into a puddle of joy. Mr. Ping clapped his wings. All right, all right. Everyone, noodles on the house. There was a cheer so loud it shook the rafters. Po grinned. Guess I'm working today, hey. Death nodded toward the kitchen. You coming? Po's face lit up. Wouldn't miss it. He rushed in, tying on his apron, slapping a ladle in one hand. All right. Noodle time. As the sun climbed higher, and laughter and steam filled the air once more, the valley was no longer afraid. It was alive. At the counter, Shifa sat with a small smile on his face, sipping tea. He said nothing, just watching them all from his seat, like a proud teacher. He didn't need to say anything. The Valley of Peace had found peace again. And this time it would hold. Chapter 40, The Quiet Between Storms. Evening settled softly over the Valley of Peace. The lanterns were lit again, dancing in the breeze, their paper skins casting warm light against the cobbled streets. The shops were closing slowly, one by one, except for Mr. Ping's noodle shop where laughter still spilled from within, accompanied by the clinking of bowls and the savory aroma of freshly boiled broth. Death stood outside, leaning against a wooden post. His arms were crossed, his coat billowing just slightly in the wind. He wasn't watching anything in particular. His eyes were drawn to the stars above, as if measuring something, or waiting. The door behind him creaked. Not joining the feast, came a voice. Calm. Measured. Death didn't turn. Never been much for crowds. Master Shifa stepped beside him, arms folded into his sleeves. His gaze also rose to the stars for a long moment before he spoke again. I suppose you already knew how this would end. Death didn't answer right away. I didn't, he finally said. Not for sure. I only knew that if I didn't try, I'd never forgive myself. Shifa glanced up at him. You speak like a man carrying 2 lifetimes. Something like that. There was silence again. Comfortable, almost. Down below, Po's laughter rang out again, unburdened, light, full of life. Shifa's gaze softened at the sound. He's come far. I underestimated him. I underestimated you both. Death closed his eyes briefly. You weren't wrong to doubt. He had no training. No discipline. He still doesn't, not in the traditional sense. And yet, Shifu added quietly, he won. Death nodded once. They stood there for a moment longer, only the wind filling the silence between them. Then Shifu asked, "Why him? You've always seemed distant, cold, even. But with him, I saw how you trained him. How you watched over him. I saw what he could become," Death said. "Not what he was. Because of your other life." Death hesitated, then gave a slight nod. "In that other life," he said quietly, "he was more than a warrior. He was hope. He changed people. Not because he was the strongest, but because he was Po." Shifu considered that. "You believe fate brought you here to protect him?" No, Death's voice was steady. "I believe I was given a second chance. To protect what mattered. To guide, not to lead. I don't plan on becoming a dragon warrior. That's not my story." Shifu watched him for a long time. Then, slowly, he said, "You know, I once believed I could train anyone into greatness. That I could shape a prodigy with sheer discipline. But all my efforts failed with Tailong, because I was training a reflection of my own pride." He looked toward the sky again. Oogway, he always knew better. He saw the future. He saw Po. And he trusted you, Death said. To see it too. Shifu let out a soft, dry chuckle. Eventually, they stood in silence again, this time heavier. After a while, Shifu shifted. "What will you do now?" "With peace returned." Death looked down at the village. "Stay close. Quietly. Po's journey isn't over. You think another danger will come?" "I know it." Shifu didn't question him. Instead, he said, "When that time comes, will you fight?" Death turned, his pale eyes reflecting the lantern light. "If I must. But not for glory. Not for titles. Just for him." Shifu nodded once. "Then you're more of a master than I'll ever be." Death smiled faintly. "Doubt it." From the window behind them, Po leaned out suddenly, waving. "Hey! You two done being all mysterious? There's still some tofu left." Death turned toward him, one eyebrow raised. "Tofu? Don't knock it till you try it." Po laughed. "C'mon, man. I saved you a bowl." Shifu glanced at Death, who sighed and pushed off the post. "I swear if it's spicy tofu again." Po shouted back, "No promises." As the two walked toward the glowing door, the stars above shimmered brighter, and the wind that passed between the trees was gentle and warm. Peace, for now, had returned. But both Death and Shifu knew, the world never stayed still for long.